Hello. Everybody hear me okay? I just had to completely rebuild my audio yesterday. Well, that's the first thing to confirm. And music? That was music done by somebody in our community. Much more artistic talent than I have. What's up, Velocity? Nocturnal Gin, Lysergic, Project Gnome, good to see you all here. Thanks for coming out on this fine Saturday. Excuse me while I move my mic here. Yeah, if you, I don't know if anybody out there runs Wavelink, but if you do, and you are on the fence about upgrading to the latest version, don't do it. That's what I did yesterday, and oh my gosh. I did that around 1 p.m. and like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, I was still working on my audio. It was so jacked up. Total mess. But I think I got it all in order. We'll see. I'm sure you'll let me know if I don't. Not on Linux, Lysergic. I'll ask about a link. The guy who did that music just kind of gave me the files, so I'm just streaming it from my local PC here. But I'll see if he's got it publicly available anywhere. I put all his stuff. A lot of his stuff is the background music in my videos, though, so you can always catch it in the vids. But yeah, I'll ask him. I think I got your joke, Lysergic. Welcome to Linux. That's like every change in Linux, right? I remember those days. The whole reason I left Linux desktop was because I tried to install a printer once in my home office. And I got so damn frustrated, I bought a Mac that day. Awesome, Nocturnal. I'll let him know. I messaged him. Yeah. So that was yesterday. Blown to shit on audio. Hope you guys had a better day than that. No videos this week. How about that? Total fail on my part. That was not intentional. I was just knee deep in the code. You know what I'm saying? I am getting close to being able to show it. I'll say that. The dots are all connecting. Way better than I thought they would. I think I've made at least one innovative UI thing. Can't wait to show that off. So maybe I'll give a quick update on my current state on that project. Chat, all the chat functionality is done. So I got like feature silos that are all either feature complete or nearing feature complete, and then mostly the work that remains is like the area between those silos, like the overlap, because there's a lot of features in one that I need in the other, and so I was kind of completing all of these before I started doing the cross-pollination, so it's mostly that work that remains. With the exception of voice, video, and screen sharing. That is what is in progress right now. I mean, the voice and all that stuff's done, but mostly like visualization, stuff like that. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun. Can't wait to reveal it. But yeah, that's where that's at. I watched a video yesterday. I wanted to get your guys' take on. It's one of those attention-grabbing titles, and it's from the guy who's been covering the Ashes of Creation drama. So when it popped up on my feed, I clicked on it, and then I was kind of blown away. I think I have a very different take. This is about gaming in general. It's not about Ashes or anything like that. It's actually... Anybody heard of Project Gorgon? So, people have mentioned it to me a few times. I actually don't even know what it is. Let me look this up quick. Oh, that's right. This is that, the MMO that was put together and built by, I think it was like a husband-wife team? Is that right? Whenever the population in PAX Day was kind of cratering, a lot of people were talking about this one. I have not tried it. Obviously, I'm still playing PAX Day, which we'll be playing later today. I'm leading the operations tonight, but I'm just going to stream right through it this time. I'll just have to cover up the map once in a while. Yeah, I have not tried this. I love the duck, though. Anybody here play this? So the video was... Project Gorgon is losing players, so the devs started banning them. Check this out. I didn't watch this whole thing. I just, I kind of caught bits and pieces of it. My partner was actually watching it. I was like, what is going on here?
Holy sh! Look at General, the steam level perm.
Whoops, hold on a second. I actually sign in on this browser so I don't get ads.
Look at General, the steam level perm bands are next up. Who wants one? Start stepping.
What's up, Griff?
I have to do the admin thing. That's how it works.
Oh man, board games is way better than this. Enjoy. How's the volume on this? Oh, it looks low.
To me, that you folks can behave for the next 7 days, and I'll reverse all of the game bans and gags. You guys need to figure it out. You can stop making a ruckus, or you can pay the toll. Your choice to make. You wouldn't think there's much drama to be had in the indie game space, much less the indie MMO space, but lo and behold, we have a story and interview for you in this video that goes over the recent outbreak of emotions and questions over the Project Gorgon development team's apparent mishandling of, well, everything customer support related. Now, if you're like me and you're also checking out Project Gorgon's demo before deciding to put more into it, the context of what's being talked about can be a little hard to follow for those unfamiliar with the game or the community, especially in the screenshots uploaded by players who claim that one of the developers went on the power trip. For example, why is there a person in the global chat mooing as all hell apparently breaks loose? Well, it turns out in Project Gorgon...
Yeah, we'll be going pretty late tonight, Griff.
...get milked by your friends, which I think is hilarious, but I digress. The story starts on April 16th when a player called Dr. Pepper, who I got to interview for this video because we love...
All right, okay, here we go. So he's talking about this is Project Gorgon. This comes back to community moderation and stuff, and we have a lot of this going on in Star Citizen, right? Like people just acting the fool, developers trying to get a handle on people, blah blah blah. You see it in Spectrum all the time. People griefing in game, all that kind of stuff, right? So it's along those lines. But there's this guy in Project Gorgon who was testing the moderators there, and again, I didn't watch this whole thing, so I'm going to be watching it with you here. But
giving a platform to people to share their stories, brought up a topic about server merges and populations that, according to a massively OP article authored by Bree Royce, had been talked about and commented on numerous times, including by Elder Games, the team behind Project Gorgon. The article even says a developer called Lemons from Elder Games had exhaustively repeated the plan just for this Dr. Pepper guy. First, I have a slight issue with the article's framing here because, yeah, I think anyone who's ever worked a customer service job, whether it's being a 911 dispatcher to being a restaurant waiter, has definitely had many different people ask them the same questions ad nauseum. Doesn't mean you should flip the fuck out like the Hulk, but answering stupid questions or repeating shit to different people kind of comes with the job as long as that professional boundary isn't crossed by either party. Second, I also understand the need to clap back given my personal interactions with game developers in the industry when I have even encouraged my friends to just say things in the open like regular people do. As humans, I think we all have that desire to do or see that. I mean, who doesn't like seeing Riot Games customer support publicly humiliate a cheater, taking their support taken to the public? But what follows here is something I just have to disagree with from both a personal and professional point of view, because I think what happened next went from 0 to 100 very rapidly into very personal territory. In response to the developer answer, again on this topic, Dr. Pepper says, "This makes me seriously question if I should continue playing this game. Very disheartening that the current plan is that there is no plan to deal with."
So here you can see this debate started over whether Project Gorgon is going to merge servers, right? Because probably like most MMOs, they are struggling with population. People are feeling like the game is dead because the servers are low pop, and they're saying, "Hey, can we get a server merger?" Because server mergers, in some people's mind, are the end-all be-all fix to all problems. And Lemons, who is the moderator here, says, to be clear, we still have no plans to merge servers. The original server, RS2, thrived with about 150 concurrent players, sometimes less, blah, 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 blah. And this Dr. Pepper guy comes in and says, "This makes me seriously question if I should continue playing the game." Like, okay.
The very noticeable server population issues. A lot of people are being vocal about this for a reason. We love this game, but it's a completely different game at 150 players during prime time versus 300 plus, and I don't think that can really be disputed. Please don't let the recent success for this game slip through your fingers, guys. Then one of the developers and administrators, Jack and Cola, replies to Dr. Pepper and says, "If you're not comfortable here, then go play another game. Whenever we decide it's too low, we'll do something about it. We've said this countless times already. No, our stance has not changed. No, our stance will not change. If you can't handle or accept that, I hear Ashes of Creation is a great game to play." Your Honor, I'm just 6'7", Your Honor. I think telling a customer that obviously cares about your product to play Ashes of Creation, which we've also been in coverage on, funnily enough, $1,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash, $8,700.
$220,000 for DoorDash. That's diabolical.
If you don't like our product, go play a game that doesn't even exist. That's such a crazy thing to say to someone who's a MMO customer. It's like if you went to Papa John's when every other pizza store is closed, told them you don't like their pizza, and Papa John himself is staring you down with his arms crossed. Then he starts smirking and says, "Well, why don't you go to Pizza Hut or Domino's then?" "Oh wait, you fucking can't, you loser." Now on the MMORPG subreddit, Dr. Pepper posted a thread called Project Gorgon, Buyer Beware, saying the following: "Over the past month or so, the game has been suffering from a severe loss of players on all servers except for the oldest one. For reference, Mirrorbear server, the one I play on, has gone from 500 plus players online at all times, down to 150 players online during NA prime time. During the morning and night hours, it's closer to 100 players online. Given the time I've invested in this game, I wanted to express concern on the community Discord. A developer made a post earlier today indicating that server merges were not on the table, and that didn't sit right with me. After expressing my concern, one of the developers responded essentially saying to quit and go play Ash as a creation, a game I've never mentioned or wanted to play, also never officially released. Moments later, I was banned from the community Discord server. Unfortunately for Project Gorgon and Elder Games, things were just getting started when Dr. Pepper's guildmates stepped in. What did they do? Did they raid the Discord server and start spamming slurs? Did they log into the game with intent to break all the rules in the world? No, they seemingly logged into the Mirrorverse server and disgustingly started a discussion in the global chat. Apparently, this outrageous behavior discussing another player being actioned in global chat had someone summon Jack like he was a demon from hell to moderate the chat and take action. You can look at the screenshots of the chat yourself from a link in the video description below, provided by Dr. Pepper's guild leader, Tariel, aka Tia Queen 1, who also posted on the MMORPG subreddit as a follow-up to Dr. Pepper's post titled Avoid Project Gorgon. Why was there a follow-up? Well, because Tariel got banned by Jack for talking in the game. Tariel writes, I was the guild leader of the largest guild on the server of Mirrorverse. The person who made the previous thread was a member of my guild. In global chat on the game, another guildie started discussing controversy in global with people, which got him kicked from the game and banned. As such, I put Jack, you suck in global, and I immediately got banned for 6 months. The admin went on power trip and banned or muted a lot of the server for 30 days. Dr. Pepper also corroborated to me for the video. Tia, aka Tariel, is the leader of the guild I was in. It was one of the largest guilds on the server. Due to my Reddit post, some of our guildmates were being vocal.
Where am I? I'm at 636. I want to back up to this one screen. Just look at how this conversation evolved. So this guy comes in, he's asking about server mergers because the population is low. The moderator says we have no plans to merge servers. Then he comes back and says, this makes me seriously question if I should continue playing this game. Very disheartening that the current plan is that there is no plan to deal with the very noticeable server population issues. Like, we've all seen people like this on Spectrum and Reddit and everywhere else, right? It's I don't know, like there's a difference between feedback and playing like this entitled victim card, where, like, if the developer doesn't do what you want them to do, like, oh, I have serious concerns, I don't even know if I should ever even continue playing this game, and then the guy comes in and says, go play something different. If you don't like our decision, go play something different. Like, to me, that's where all this started. And, like, I'm on the... I don't know, man. I get annoyed at, like, the freaking constant whining. Anyway. Like, to me, I'm like, yeah, go dev. Like, shut these people up.
Being vocal about their disagreement with how the whole thing was handled. This resulted in some of them getting banned in Discord or in game.
6 months might as well be life, yeah. I do think the ban was a little much.
And ultimately banned the guild leader for saying something along the lines of Jack, you suck, after he banned another guild mate. This is what led to Tia making an additional Reddit post.
Yeah, Zulius. The whole reason I thought this was interesting is because, like, this applies to every game. Like, you got the constant... people, like, making these grand stands, right, about, like, they give us feedback, and then if it's not well received or the developer says no or whatever, then it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm hearing this, like, it's the end times, I don't even know why I'm wasting my time here. Like, I don't know, that shit just, it annoys me so bad.
The topic as Jack continued to...
And what I've heard today, I think this video was posted yesterday, today I heard that Project Gorgon actually went in and forced, like, reverted all this. They undid all these bans and everything else, so maybe in some cases the bans weren't warranted, but it's kind of disheartening that it's only going to embolden this this attitude, like this entitlement.
Harassed, ban, and gag people.
Why am I getting this?
Via global chat for a while. Following Tia's post, they continued to aggressively ban and time people out on the Discord times, ranging from 6 hours to 6 months. Often, people who were simply discussing the drama rather than addressing the developers directly. Although, at this point, there were obviously some people making comments towards Jack. The things that Jack says are, admittedly, bizarre, and can certainly be construed as someone who is power tripping, or best case scenario, someone just not caring about customer service. Yes, Jack is absolutely right that sometimes admins or moderators or whoever may just have to be stringent and do their jobs, but offering a plea deal
Yeah.
to an entire guild saying, prove to me that you folks can behave for the next 7 days and I reverse all the game bans and gags, dangling that deal in the server-wide chat saying, last chance, deal or no, is certainly not in the job description of customer support. It's funny that one of
Dude, remember when GMs had personalities? Like, this doesn't even bother me. Like, I think it's funny. Like, Steven used to do this kind of crap in Ashes of Creation, and a lot of people would get up in arms. Like, oh my god. Remember, he would find people fishing, and he would just spawn random dragons and shit on them, and people get pissed. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I thought it was funny. Like, really? Like, come on. Don't take this shit so seriously. So when I see a GM, like, you know me, I am on the bring GMs back train. I would love to see Star Citizen chocked full of GMs. And I would love them to have personality. And you know what? Maybe sometimes they're going to make the wrong call. Maybe sometimes they're going to act out of line. In the aggregate, though, like, I think it would be great to have some human oversight on all this shit. And you know what? Let humans be humans. You know that they're going to express some emotion from time to time. So what? It's like all this grandstanding about, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said deal or no deal. Whoa! Oh, Jesus! Whatever.
Pepper's guildies seem like a hostage, inquiring if this would be their last night together, and what the guild's Discord server link is so they don't lose contact with their friends. Also, I'm not sure if these screenshots captured all of the context or all of the messages, so I'm always going to give a benefit of the doubt until all parties answer my request for an interview. But why is someone who's part of the developer team just not giving a specific reason as to what part of the code of conduct was violated, even when they're asked repeatedly? So I looked at Project Gorgon's code of conduct myself, which by the way is not long at all, so I'm still unsure why nothing was apparently offered by Jack or if Global Chat drowned them out, but the closest violations I could see are very broad things that could have applied to a guild talking about someone's ban in the game. First is community harm, behavior detrimental to the community as determined by Elder Game staff. This seems a bit too broad, honestly, and very vague.
Why is that too broad? You know what I mean? What? You know what? We have one rule at Unhinged Gaming, and the rule is read the room. That's the only room we have, and I have used that to remove quite a few people. You know what I mean? Sometimes it doesn't have to be... Like, we don't have to turn this into a legal textbook. At the end of the day, like, these devs and these creators are responsible for this project and for creating the environment that they want to foster to entice more people to come in and play. And it's their sandbox to make a mess of. You know what I mean? Like, if they want to screw it up and make some poor decisions and run everybody off, then let them. So be it. But it might just be that they're making the right decisions and they bring more people in. And who are we to say? It's all a question of balance. Players shouldn't feel entitled just because they spent a couple bucks some time ago. At the same time, devs don't have to be a thriving... Devs don't have a thriving game if they power... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, Julius. Like, let the market figure it out. Yeah, Catalyst, but like lack of patience is not going to fix that problem. You know what I mean? If people come in and they're overly fatigued and oh my gosh, here's another thing that's going to fail and waste my... Well, then why are they there? Like, if they don't have the patience, then they shouldn't be there. Like, they shouldn't expect the project or the devs or whoever to cater to their lack of patience because they're fatigued. You know what I mean? Like, that's entitlement. But, yeah, I understand what you're saying about short fuses, too.
and super open-ended even compared to other live service guidelines I've seen from my experience. A second potential violation could have been publicly arguing moderation decisions, but from my understanding, it doesn't seem like anyone was arguing that until Jack came into the picture, merely discussing it. Maybe Dr. Pepper got banned for creating a repetitive post by bringing up server merges again in Discord. The third possible violation could have been defamation of players or staff, which again is extremely vague. What the heck is considered defamation? I would love to know. Personally, I think the code of conduct, which was last updated in February 2026, should probably undergo another review. I mean, even that shit show Elder Scrolls Online has a much more specific code of conduct than this. In the global chat, we also have people pleading with Jack to take a step back or go to sleep, but of course he doesn't, and everything sort of cools off, it seems, for the most part, with Jack actually discussing some interesting things from a game development perspective, which I don't think anyone would have minded in normal circumstances. Most game bases would kill for a developer to talk openly about the behind the curtain stuff. One of the last things Jack says before a game-wide patch goes into effect is that he's going to sleep on reversing the bans he put out, which again, very strange to say that publicly in a customer-facing position. Imagine you go to an insurance company after your house burns down, and the claim specialist goes, "Oh yeah, I mean, we could maybe cover your loss. I don't know, we'll see. Let me sleep on it real quick." Not long after all of this goes down and the internet's brief myopic attention starts casting its eye of Sauron on Project Gorgon, a very late and much to be desired message comes out from Satan, one of the co-founders of Elder Games and Project Gorgon in the official Discord server. Satan says, "I understand Jack's messaging was unprofessional during a heated moment. We'll work on that. That's all there is to say on this topic right now." Shortly after that, we get a longer announcement from Satan. "We get that you want a professionally maintained community, and this was an obvious lapse in professionalism. I apologize for that. We can and will do better. I want to thank Jack for his many years of hard work as community lead, and I want to apologize to him also. In the old MMO industry, it was a truism that you have to rotate your customer service leads every few years because a job just grates at your soul. It requires you to be polite in the face of dickishness over and over. Jack was in the role for 8 years, and that's too long. As his manager, I needed to rotate him off to other roles sooner than this, and I'm sorry that I didn't. It just wasn't practical prior to the game launching, but at least it is now." So we'd already been talking about rotating Jack to a designer role. We're just accelerating that transition a bit. Jack will be far more valuable in his content creation job. He's already created dozens of quests for the game.
Oh, so this already happened.
For many more. In fact, I think he has the second highest quest count after me. So I think it's great for the game that he's going to be focusing on content creation more. He is also still in charge of live events, and creating some new automated events is high on his priority list.
I'm super bummed about that post. Like, it's just whatever. I feel like it just emboldens the personality of like feeding the I don't even know how to say it. Like that guy who was all offended about the state of the game and the lack of server merges and wondering why I should even be here. Like, I'll just keep that shit up. And it just like it makes the environment worse for other people. Like there's a reason I don't go to Spectrum or I don't go to the Star Citizen Reddit or basically anywhere else, right? Like if I want to go somewhere and engage in conversation about Star Citizen, YouTube is basically my only outlet. Because all the other places suck because of people like that. Like, I don't want to be there. It's just annoying reading all that shit.
Personally thought Satan's apologies seemed okay for the most part. I do like that he tried to take accountability as a leader for Jack's soul being worn down in the customer support position for an indie studio. If we had to make a tier list of apologies, I'd probably put it in A or B tier because I feel like the apology could have addressed the players more and an actual apology could have come from Jack himself rather than just his boss. But this isn't my story, so I'm going to let Dr. Pepper, who was banned by Jack, say their piece about what they think the official response amounts to.
Oh, here we go.
From my perspective, the official response does not adequately
address
the impact of the situation on the player.
Of course it doesn't.
The message focuses primarily
We got some more grandstanding to do.
Jack, despite his actions being the source of the recent issues, and his transition into a design-focused role leads more as a promotion than a disciplinary action. There's all
Why does it need a disciplinary action?
Almost no apology to the players who were affected over the last couple days. Additionally, the bans and timeouts for the official Discord server seem to remain in place. I'm still banned there, and I've seen reports on Reddit that messages are still being heavily moderated or deleted on there. This makes me feel like concerns are still being suppressed rather than addressed. Finally, the response also frames this as a single isolated incident. However, similar issues have been documented by players as far back as 2020. A ton of evidence for this can be found on the various Reddit posts and Steam reviews. There is no historical acknowledgement at all, and that makes it difficult for me to believe that the response is genuine. Many people have canceled their VIP subscriptions, posted negative reviews on Steam, and decided to give away all of their in-game belongings.
Good. Now that I'm for.
The outcome now.
Like, if people genuinely are opposed to this, like, that's the way to deal with it. Not this grandstanding.
I feel that a more comprehensive public apology is needed that recognizes the long-term nature of these concerns, takes responsibility for allowing them to continue, and outlines clear steps to ensure that this type of behavior does not ever happen again. If Jack is going to remain in a design role, it would also be appropriate for him to issue a direct public apology alongside the lead developer.
Gosh.
I only started the game around the 1.0 launch, so I don't have any personal experiences to share on the long-term reviews. However, if you look at older reviews on Steam, you can see complaints about it there, and several people on Reddit have come forward with additional complaints or took the current situation as an opportunity to re-express their past complaints, which were swept under the rug. They have even done things like threaten people with Steam backbans, not because they're cheating, but because they were scared people would perform chargebacks on their non-Steam purchases. They process additional purchases outside of Steam for in-game items, plus multi-month VIP subscriptions that they call packs. There is a guy called who DM'd me about that. He had some screenshots from the Project Gorgon support and doesn't seem to be the only person who experienced that threat. I've already reported that to Steam support myself. Once Dr. Pepper claimed that Jack's behavior or really Elder Games issues with heavy-handed moderation and customer service issues were systemic rather than a one-time thing, I actually went down the rabbit hole of Steam reviews before the events of April 2026 to see if that claim was true. And based on some of the Steam reviews I have found, Dr. Pepper's and other Project Gorgon players' claims do hold some weight. For example, from a Steam review back in February, we have a player complaining that some of the moderators, notably Grayfin, have serious Reddit mod energy. Some of the moderators enjoy power tripping extremely hard, muting or banning people for quoting NPCs, has jumped into our server's global chat multiple times to just start power tripping, and warning people for things nobody was actually doing, just throwing weight around. And from a Steam review back from 2018 and updated in 2023, a user claims that the moderators, admins, and devs are all in an extreme clique. They don't give two shits about you unless you're in that inner circle. One of the admins to the game's whole personality is just banning people. It's all they ever talk about. Every staff member apart from the main devs were ex-players, yet act they are superior to you in every way, and they...
I'm with you, Lysergic. Like, all of this just definitely removes Project Gorgon from my to-do list.
Literally think they can...
I have no interest from either side.
Another user back in March 2026 says, Project Gorgon has a moderation problem and is becoming more obvious over time. On the Lathe server, the guide and moderator, Dusk, appears to be deciding on their own what they feel is a rule break and what is not. From what I have heard, this is also an issue on other servers. Even the server staff have said that moderators are like lifeguards at a pool, and that they can make bad calls. Another reviewer back in February states that they had issues with a GM in the game, and that they were fearful that they could lose their account in progress due to misunderstanding or power tripping GM as well. Another review back from May 2023, updated last in October 2023, says, went into a PvP zone, killed someone who was fighting in the PvP zone. That person was a member of the admin team and got upset that he died, so my account was administratively punished. Seems kinda bullshit, so I put in a ticket in March. 2 months later and no response, so I stopped caring and stopped playing. Edit. 5 months later, no response. Another review from April 2023 states, the recent changes in XP, leveling, crafting, and the very disconcerting, unprofessional interaction and palpable hostility the developer and game mods exhibit toward their community have not only been a tremendous disappointment, but have me playing something else. You can't develop a game in the vacuum and expect it to succeed. You can't ban players for voicing opinions politely in public, even if you disagree with them, and expect there to be no repercussions to your bottom line and player base. You can't ban people from your Discord because they aren't sycophants, and hope to keep your player community healthy. Interesting.
this is the reason I'm interested in this video and this topic, is because it has huge ramifications to Star Citizen and any MMO in the future, if there are any others. Star Citizen might be the only one. Like I've been saying for some time that I want the GMs to return. And now I assume that issues like these are why they kind of went the way of the dodo bird to begin with, right? Like, you go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, every online game was chock full of GMs, game masters, doing human enforcement of policy and handling issues as they emerged in real time. I remember ticketing and talking to many GMs in my time that fixed things for me. Fast forward to today, they basically don't exist. And if you need help with something in the game, it's pretty much good luck, right? And I'm not just talking about Star Citizen here. I'm talking about other ones. You'll look at like Retail WoW or any New World, PAX Day. If you encounter any kind of an issue, you only have an automated system which will give you basically a 2-month turnaround time or something like that. It's far worse than it was back in these days. And again, coming to the hot topics in the community of Star Citizen, things like griefing, pad ramming, just all that really poor behavior, right? Like we don't have systems in place to prevent that stuff right now. And even when CIG does have systems in place to prevent those types of things, there's a high probability that players will figure out ways around it. And it's my belief that there is no system, automated especially, that will deliver players the security they're looking for, that exploitation will not ruin experiences. Now, I'm not saying it's going to ruin it on a large scale, but even on a micro scale, like an individual who runs into that type of thing, I think it's important that they have an avenue for getting it dealt with. And a human review is still the best channel, in my opinion. But the problem is as soon as you bring humans in, you run the risks of these types of dramatic episodes, right? Because humans are fallible, and they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to overstep, and they're going to say things out of turn, and yada, yada, yada. And again, I think that's why we saw GMs disappear over the years. But I want them back, and I'm willing to tolerate these missteps and mistakes, and I very much would not condone any witch hunts whenever they happen, which is exactly what I think is going on here, right? Like, no, they don't owe you an apology. Even if it was out of Herm, what the company owes you is taking the appropriate action internally to make sure that if there was misconduct, that it doesn't happen again in the future or down the line. They don't need to parade this guy out in front of the community and have him execute public apologies and all that kind of bullshit. That's absurd. And they sure as hell don't owe you server merges. Like, if they've said no to server merges a freaking dozen other times, they don't have to address that conversation again. It's that kind of shit that just bothers me, man. Like, what the hell? I think they're more intelligent than the alternative, though, Viz. Exactly, Catalyst. Exactly. That's my point. The moderators need teeth. And shit like this takes away their teeth. Like, we're sorry, guys. He's not going to bother you anymore. We're putting him on the design team because he dared to say the wrong word. You know? That flips the power dynamic around. And it certainly does not bode well for being able to foster an environment where people are less willing to exploit and circumvent those systems. More Night Riders. Yeah, of course. While the game's in alpha, that's a great time to allow the hacking. I'm talking about 1.0. I'm not looking for GMs right now. I'm looking for GMs in the future when 1.0 is on the table. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up.
While we have detractors, we also, of course, have supporters saying that the developers and admins indeed do their jobs correctly. I think perhaps the most curious Steam review, though, I found was a September 2025 review that claimed it found another review where a developer response was very unprofessional and was a, quote, pathetic hissy fit tantrum accusing players and other accounts that lead
Me too, Viz.
reviews
Me
as part of
too.
some bizarre conspiracy against Elder Games. And who responded to this review? Well, it was no one other than Jack in October 2025, half a month after, who said, "It is very odd to have an account that has been quiet and untouched for years just magically pop up and post a review of any sort, especially when this person claims to have logged in and the account shows zero activity since January of 2022. Very suspicious activity. We'll be locking this game account until this gets cleared up." Someone commented on the dev response saying, "Bro just proved they ban people for negative reviews." Now, almost 6 years ago in July 2020, Jack seems like a super different personality, responding to a negative early access review that bemoaned data wipes. Jack responded to this negative.
They need more mods who actually go into why the loudmouths are wrong. There's a lot of value in correcting and educating the problem children. I agree with you, however, the problem with humans is they have patience and limits, right? How many times do you correct the same behavior before you just can't fathom correcting it one more time?
Reviews saying, "Hello there. If you're squeamish about even a partial wipe on release day, we can definitely understand you wanting to wait until release day. However, it seems that there has been some confusion about your statement on wipes based on player feedback. To help avoid this confusion, I shall offer some clarity on the subject of wipes." And he goes on to clarify the subject of wipes and then says, "I hope this makes our plans more clear and we'll see you on launch day." So in this instance, maybe multiple things can be true at the same time. Jack did perhaps have his soul worn down over the 8 years or so that he had to be in the customer's, facing position. Not everyone can do it forever or for so long.
As long as you're paid for it, I don't buy that, Zulius. There's a lot of things that my employer could pay me for, but if they tried to make me do it 50 times, I would tell them to take their job. I don't want it anymore.
Yes, it's also true. Jack also did behave unreasonably and unprofessionally despite that claim. Burnout is real and it can quietly erode even the most patient person over time.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
That a person's burnout shouldn't become an entire community's problem to absorb. The players didn't sign up to be on the receiving end of whatever happens with that. And yes, I think
I agree with that too, but again, this is the company's issue to manage. Like, they're the ones that have to deal with the fallout of that. And I don't think it involves bringing people out in front for public apologies and trials and all that kind of BS.
Also be true at the same time that Jack may not be an exception to the claims of Elder Games mods or admins being cliquey or being too overbearing, especially when so many people in the Project Gorgon community point those things out. I have reached out to Jack and Satan of Elder Games to comment before this video was made, but neither have yet responded. Personally, I would love to get Jack's side of the story to see if there's anything more to be added context-wise, but also I'd be interested in doing a developer interview for Project Gorgon itself, on top of a few questions I would have for their work as an indie studio, and of course how they run their community and customer service. But until we do get word, that'll be it for now for our Project Gorgon coverage until something comes up. Quite a few people in my community had expressed an interest in us covering the story, and a few people who are also Project Gorgon players have actually sided with the devs on this one. So I'm interested to see what you guys think. If you liked our coverage here on Ashes or...
Quite a few Project Gorgon players who sided with the devs. It just goes to show you, no issue is one-sided. Yeah, I think we will see issues like that crop up in Star Citizen, especially if they implement. God, I hope they do. wide scale game masters. What do you guys think? Anybody opposed to Game Masters and Star Citizen? I would kill to be a GM in Star Citizen, right? That's funny. I would love to take that pad rammer out back. Exactly, Catalyst. I think so too. Such a small game, such intrigue from both sides. Yeah, I think you'll see that in you'll see pockets of that in Star Citizen. I mean, there's always drama everywhere. But on the grand scale, no, it's easy with a project the size of Star Citizen. It's easy to kind of just ignore that because it could be in pockets, unless one of those pockets, you know, expands or explodes in some way to really attract broad attention. Not opposed to GMs, but they may suffer the same fate as Jared and not be able to play the game themselves normally. Yeah. I would imagine that's true. Why I would not want to be one. Just spawn an invisible asteroid in front of the murder hub. Doesn't even have to be all that big, right? Just those little micro asteroids. Remember when those used to take us out all the time? I haven't been taken out by a micro asteroid in some time. A lot of people have been pinging me about the AI and jobs. Hope none of you have been impacted. But I keep seeing more and more layoffs. It's crazy. It's interesting because like for so long it's felt like the shift was from blue collar to white collar, right? And AI is definitely reversing that. Seems to me like we're gonna have a period here where blue collar jobs pay a lot more, and there's a lot more of them to go around. Did you guys see the shit Facebook's doing? Lysergic, you've been laid off since 2024. Cannot find remote work. That scares the shit out of me, man. I've been laid off since December 2020. Well, not laid off, sorry. I was laid off from my last W-2 job in December of 2023, and since then I have been working remotely as a contractor. But yeah, I've not found W-2 work, but I'm also not really looking for it anymore. I'm trying to decouple myself from corporate America, but that's a slow process too. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you think it was AI related, Lysergic? What the hell? I don't know where that came from. Hire me? And going one of the big 50. I'm having a hard time really getting up to speed with AI. Well, Zulius, I'm not too far from there. Paid you to train an Indian guy to do your job. It turned out he can't do it, and so that company just doesn't have internal automation stack anymore. Seen a lot of that too. Yeah. This is one that somebody sent me. Let's check this out.
But the 30,000 Oracle workers that Ed talked about got laid off. Maybe they didn't get replaced by AI, but Oracle is making a $50 billion bet on AI.
Hey everyone, you're watching a preview of today's Markets episode, but the full episode is over on our new Prof G Markets YouTube channel, which we created so that you can find all of our markets content in one place. So if you want the full episode, head over there, and here's how to do it. If you're on desktop or mobile, just look below the...
Well, I don't want that. I don't want a preview. Here's another one that somebody sent me. This is freaking crazy. I haven't watched this yet either.
Business Insider got a look at an email Meta, the parent company of Facebook, sent to all employees letting them know they would start tracking their interactions with their computer in order to train their AI. Now, a memo to all Meta employees from their chief technology officer said in part, we're rolling out a tool that captures computer inputs like mouse movements, click locations, and keystrokes, as well as screen content for context. So joining us now is Charles Roulet, the tech correspondent for Business Insider, who broke this story. Charles, great to be with you. This goes beyond a company wanting to make sure you're actually working. Explain what Meta is really trying to do here.
After getting laid off from my first dev job, my favorite professor recommended I change careers because he attended a seminar for AI. This was over a decade ago. Why I became an electrician. Wow, project. That is a really interesting story. And yeah, I could say I never saw it coming. Did I watch the official cinematic? I did, Zinley. Looks pretty good. I'm pumped. Yeah, there is definitely a bittersweet irony on this, but I think it has broader ramifications than just employees getting a taste of their own medicine at Meta. There's an amazingly fitting meme from years ago. It's basically a Venn diagram showing things I'm good at and things I enjoy doing, both having small overlap, and then there's a big slice of things that make money. Yeah, that's funny. Well, it paid off, project.
Yeah, so what they're really trying to do is improve their AI models. Meta is in a really hot race with other companies like OpenAI to create the biggest and best AI model. And so with this kind of data, they want to be able to let AI agents basically control your computer. And if you tell the AI to do something, it can just take over basically your mouse and do something on your behalf. So that's the main goal of this new program.
So what's been the reaction from employees about this? I mean, can workers opt out? I mean, there's got to be some privacy concerns here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of privacy concerns. A lot of Meta staff are basically outraged. The internal announcement that we obtained had a lot of angry face emojis reacting to it. And so one staff said, this makes me super uncomfortable. How do we opt out? Meta CTO clarified that actually you cannot really opt out. This is mandatory. So it's definitely creating a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a mess, but there's a significant backlash within Meta to this program.
Let me just make sure I'm totally clear on this. If you work at Meta and you're using any kind of company device, be it a laptop, a desktop computer, even a company phone, you are essentially training AI, whether you like it or not.
That's essentially true. Just to be clear, it only applies to US employees and their laptops, not their phones. But that's still a lot of people, obviously. And
okay.
Most Meta employees have a company laptop.
Laptops, desktops, whatever computing device that you're using. So what's the end game here for Meta? I mean, what do they want to learn? What do they want their AI to learn from all of this?
I mean, they want their AI to get really good at basically doing basic tasks. Like, you and I don't think about it, but when we want to like click on a pop-up, or we want to click on a drop-down menu, or book a flight, these are the kind of behaviors that AI has a really hard time doing right now because there just isn't that much data out there. So by capturing this data from their own employees, Meta is trying to basically create super powerful AI that can do things on their own without needing to constantly prompt a chatbot, basically.
I know it's very difficult right now to read the tea leaves when it comes to artificial intelligence, but is this eventually going to replace jobs?
That's a big fear, and I think there are people within Meta and in other tech companies that are really worried about this, that this is basically tech workers training themselves out of a job, teaching an AI how to do exactly what they do every day. So we have yet to see. However, there are rumored layoffs at Meta happening next month. So we'll have to see how that impacts that. But it's definitely a big concern in tech.
You think your other companies are going to follow suit with this?
I think it's a huge trend we're seeing in AI training right now, which is basically to train AI to do the jobs that humans do. And of course, that leads to the question is like, why do these tech companies need to employ tens of thousands of people if an AI can do it?
Right. Scary times. Charles Roulet, thank you so much. Business.
Pretty crazy. The interesting thing about that to me is that 10 years ago, Meta and other companies would not have dreamed of telling employees that they were putting spy software on their computer to monitor everything they were doing. Now, I'm not saying no companies did that, right? There were companies that did that, but the companies that would not were the ones that were dependent on the highest skilled labor. So companies like Meta, Google, Apple, Netflix, all these companies were dependent upon top tier talent in the industry to build the products that they were building. Now, if you turn around and you went to basically a programming sweatshop that would power government contractors, medical consulting staffs, like all this kind of stuff, like you were treated like dirt in those companies because they specialized in bringing in entry level talent, not like the cream of the crop, the experts in their fields, the super high level architects, like all this, right? They brought in entry level programming talent and they treated it as such. But what is interesting about this Facebook thing is that the power dynamic is swinging so fast that companies like Meta, Apple, Facebook, Meta and Facebook are the same thing, and Google, you know what I'm talking about. I think they are now feeling comfortable with putting those stipulations and mandates in place and saying, hey, look, you cannot opt out. And one of the big reasons is because those people right now are lucky to have a job. That's what it comes down to. 10 years ago, there was a lot of employee mobility. Some super fancy network architect at Facebook, if he got the shits of how Facebook was treating him, well, he could just go get the same job over at Google, right? Or Netflix or wherever, and probably even get a raise in the process. And that kind of mobility and power forces the company to treat you with a certain level of respect. And yeah, we are watching that rapidly vaporize in front of our eyes. Facebook knows that those people that still have jobs, they're not going to easily go replace it somewhere else. And so now they can make these stipulations and say, hey, you can't opt out. You're training the system. So it's certainly interesting times. But I'm not here to be a doomer or a gloomer. I don't think it's all bad. I do think that if you can get access to AI, you can use it against these big companies, right? I think what we're headed for, if AI goes as far as they say it's going to go and it's doing as much as they say it's going to do, then I think what we're headed towards is just an idea economy. If the problem is keeping AI accessible. That's the problem. Because it's going to require money to employ AI for what you want it to do. This is basically what I'm doing right now. But I think if you have the ideas and you have the vision and you can execute it, then you're actually more empowered than you have ever been to bring that to fruition. But definitely a little bit of a chicken and egg problem there. But that's always been the case, right? Like, bringing ideas to reality has always been a cost and money issue. It's usually individuals that have the bright ideas that made Google and companies like that what they are today. You know what I mean? It's not like those ideas came from the people at the top of those companies, but the people at the top of those companies were the ones that commanded the wealth And so they had the ability to take those ideas and implement them and profit from them. So AI is really no different. It's whoever can spend the money to materialize the idea is going to be the one reaping the rewards. Exactly the same as it's always been. I'm reminded of like Gmail. I remember when Gmail came out, and it was just, it was like one guy in Google with a hobby project turned into one of their largest assets. A ticker line in the video. I didn't even see that. I'm gonna DoorDash or get pizza too. Nice. Lethargic, it was good to have you here, man. Appreciate that you're sticking around to listen. Drive safe. Using AI to profit means you need marketable ideas and the engineering mind to get them working without the AI completely going off track. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what I mean when I mentioned the idea economy. I feel like I'm in a race. Get something creative while I still have income, you know what I mean? Certainly don't think I'm insulated from what's going on. All a matter of time. But on the road, I tune yourself. Just driving from point A to B, or do you work on the road too, Velocity? Nice. Let's check this one out. I want to watch this. And then maybe we'll do some gaming. Something. But this is one topic. Economist explains what happens after AI takes all the jobs. Let's see what happens. I'm curious.
Who is pushing this revolution in technology? It is the richest people in the world. This is what Elon Musk says. AI and robots will replace all jobs.
Someone at a computer doing something, AI is going to take over those jobs like lightning.
If there are no jobs and humans won't be needed for most things, how do people get an income to feed their families, to get health care, or to pay the rent?
If we really see rapid automation in the next few years, then there's going to be a whole class of white-collar workers who are in some ways redundant.
Having a whole class of people who are unemployed and not valued much because what they used to do is now done by machines.
There is a very high likelihood this is all coming at us. It is coming sooner than most people realize. What will our economy look like as we progressively automate more and more and more?
We are in the midst of the greatest economic transformation in our country's history, what experts are calling the fourth industrial revolution.
If we go back to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, there was this big debate between the Luddites and the entrepreneurial class on the other hand.
But it's definitely an implosion of white collar, but like it's not an end to all jobs. You know what I mean? AI is not going to come fix the plumbing at my house.
is automation good or bad for wages?
But it's going to be a
Economists have been
massive
arguing that
change in
automation
the
is good because it is what ultimately makes us as a society much wealthier. Yet, from the perspective of an individual worker who gets automated, the question has been just unambiguously obvious that automation is bad for them. For the past 200 years, economists have argued, well, automation is painful for the individual, but it allows our economy to produce more with less. It makes the economy more efficient. It is also good for the workers because they can switch to more productive jobs and jobs that will ultimately generate higher income for them.
AI agents.
This is. I'm curious what this economist says about this, because this is how I have been looking at it. As I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, I have been working on a project, right? I want to bring this product to market. I'm working on it very hard. There is no way that AI could build this by itself. Like, it needs human guidance. You know what I mean? Like, there's just absolutely no way. I can't even tell. Like, I have spent countless hours. So I have been working on this since middle of December. What are we in? We are end of April now. That's what? That's 4.5 months. I have been working on this. And I am not kidding you when I say I have probably averaged 12 hours a day on this thing. So that's 7 days a week. I'm averaging 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Maybe 10. I don't know. 10 to 12. Like, I'm putting a ton of time into this. And none of that time that I'm investing could be AI. Like, I'm already automating everything I can with AI. You know what I mean? And there might be some of that time that I'm spending that more AI could replace in the future. Maybe. But to me, it just feels like a massive amplification. Now, of course, it's a massive job loss, because if I can personally do 50 times the work that I used to do because I have all these AI bots doing all this stuff for me, like, I don't have to handwrite code anymore. I have not written a line of code since December, I'll tell you that, which is insane. I can't believe I'm saying that. That used to be my livelihood. But if I can perform 50 times the work that I used to, well, then yeah, it stands to reason that Facebook and Meta will be able to cut their workforce 50 times over, right? They will have 2%. They would need 2% of the people they have today to perform the same amount of work if a person can amplify their capabilities by 50 with an army of bots. So that's a massive reduction in workforce, but it's not a complete elimination of workforce. And the argument that I have been making about why I don't know that this will be a forever problem is because while we have not seen anything like this level of efficiency increase, at least in my lifetime, we have seen efficiency increase, like much smaller efficiency increases in the past. And sometimes you'll see like this dip or this layoffs, right? But then people get used to having this massively increased capacity. And so, okay, what if Facebook, Google, and Microsoft, what if they all lay off 98% of their workforce and the remaining 2% are operating an army of AI bots, agents, to do all the work that used to be done by, a lot more people? Well, then Apple, in order to get ahead of Google, maybe they hire an additional 1% back of the people that they did have, right? So that they've increased their capacity. And now they're out working. You know what I mean? Like, I just wonder if this is gonna be like a massive dip and then a slow rebound. Because you still need people at the center to get out of AI what you need to get out of it. You're not gonna have a machine evolving Facebook. I just don't see that. I've heard some vibe coding only. I've heard some vibe coding only to find out to produce spaghetti code. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna produce spaghetti code. That's you putting 1,000 hours into a platform that otherwise have required tens of thousands of man hours. Yeah, exactly, Zulius. That's my point. AI is done without human assistance. I constantly have to hold Claude's hand, even though it's better at coding than me. If I don't give it direction, yeah, it produces rubbish. Exactly. That's all the time that I'm investing. Exactly in that. If you stop understanding what the LLM puts out, that happens super easily. Yeah. If corporations are saying it'll be really great for people, then all I know is it will ruin a lot of people's lives. That's amazing, Zenly. A bit slow video on the loss of understanding I just mentioned. I feel the only people vibe coding should be people who already know how to code in the first place. Yeah, I think it's just, if you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to produce anything of value. You know what I mean? Again, like, I don't view what I'm doing as vibe coding, but maybe I don't understand what vibe coding is. I would call it agentic development. Vibe coding to me is just like, I'm just going with the flow, I'm going with the vibe. That's not what I'm doing. But I'm sure a lot of people have fun doing that. I can see that being fun, but I don't think it's going to produce a product that is worth anything in the market. You know what I mean? Not get a machine involved. I mean, take the OpenClaw thing, give them a bit more understanding, and I'm honestly worried about what could come of that. Big coding agent providers do put a lot of effort into improving guardrails and harness. Yeah. I'm ready to retire. Hurry up, AI. That's funny, user. Facebook is just 45% spam slot, fueling 45%. Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Could automate more than half of U.S. work hours, both manual and cognitive. If millions of people lose work, how will they support themselves?
Unemployment could spike to 10 to 20% in the next 5 years.
So we're looking at a world where we have levels of unemployment we've never seen before.
Job automation is one of the greatest public concerns. These large language models can perform more and more intelligent tasks. So economists have jumped to their natural reaction. Well, we need some automation for our economy to grow and for workers to ultimately be better off. But the big question is whether this time is different. Societies that we had 250 years ago, the vast majority of people worked in agriculture. Today, in a country like the US, less than 2% of the population.
You know, I've been playing a lot of Farthest Frontier. Has anybody played that? It's kind of apt to this video. Since alpha? You realize it? You've been playing since alpha? Me too, actually. I've been playing since early release. 1.1 just came out a little bit ago. I love that game. Yeah, me too. But it's funny because at the start of that game, like, you have to devote your entire civilization to food production, basically. And then as the game goes along, you can start moving more people into industry, mining, resource production. And then you build a trade hub, and then you can start sourcing a lot of, you know what I mean? It's really cool, but
still working.
When I talked about everybody working in agriculture in our economy a while ago, it just reminded me of that.
Sure, the rest has all moved to complex, more advanced jobs. We have already automated 98% of those tasks that people worked in 250 years.
The giant rock for the storehouse, right? Zinli. Thank you so much for the resub, man. F Corporate America, I'm with you.
Ago, because now only 2% of workers can produce that kind of agricultural output. In a future in which machines can...
Zinli puts his money where his mouth is, man. Zinli is one of the backers of the product that I'm working on, by the way. Thank you, Zinli, for that as well.
do more and more. Do we actually want to maintain a role for labor because that's the way our societies have been organized for the past few hundred years? Or do we want to find a better way of distributing income without all having to work on something that the machines can do better than us? So there's this hump-shaped relationship between automation and wages. If we have just a little bit of automation, then more automation helps workers. As we approach the very last tasks left for humans, then automation hurts workers.
Almost everybody who sits on a stage like this would tell you it is vital that your children learn computer science. And in fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. Everybody in the world is now a programmer. This is the miracle of artificial intelligence.
What is happening just in the tech industry and just in software engineering, I think we have to take seriously the possibility that we are about to see a real bloodbath for entry-level white-collar workers.
Whenever we automated something simple, let's say spinning and weaving, we humans on average focused our attention on more complex things. So in the narrative that economists have been telling the public to push back against Luddism and push back against the lump of labor fallacy and oversimplified understanding of how labor markets work, economists have always focused on this new task creation. For the past 250 years, that description has been spot on. The big question is, how far can we extrapolate that into the future?
Like, chimps don't have control over humans. There's nothing they could do. As humans, we could go, for example, and eliminate all chimps. If we put our minds to it, we could say, and we could go out and we could annihilate all chimps.
The brain is a biological machine. They are the best
Why would you want to annihilate
processing
chimps?
devices around. But at the same time, they can do only so much. 85 billion neurons. We can't really transcend that limitation. On the other hand, if you look at computers, can ultimately have more connections than we have in our human brains. Throughout our history, we have never ever had machines that were anywhere near the complexity of our human brains. But now we are suddenly on the cusp of that. That may fundamentally change what we have experienced. Once these machines clearly surpass our cognitive and intellectual capability.
Only 77% of computer science grads in 2025 reported landing a job of any type within 3 months of graduation. Damn. Damn. That's hard to believe. I mean, it's not hard to believe. It's hard to believe we're there, given where we were a decade ago. It's already here, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know how new people will even enter the market. I really don't. Like, I consider myself fortunate to have all the experience I have. But getting started, I can't even imagine. We're further along than the AI is, which is the bad part. Insane.
It is by no means obvious that we humans would be able to invent or execute new tasks that are not also amenable to the machines.
Anything that isn't moving atoms, like doing physical work, those jobs will be and are being eliminated by AI at a very rapid pace.
The ultimate measure of complexity that's relevant for machines.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, he's saying moving atoms. I was calling it blue-collar labor, but it seems to me like, I don't know. I wonder if a collapse of the white-collar industries would expand the blue-collar industries. I wonder if it would place a higher demand on them. I don't know. I'm not an economist. I'd be curious about that.
Means is computational complexity. How many computations do we need to execute in order to produce some results? For the past 15 years, the algorithms we have developed
Oh yeah, I'm
have
with you, Zenly.
become 2.5 times as efficient every single year. To perform the same task, we need to perform fewer computations. In robotics, there are lots of things that we humans can perform very easily that are still a challenge. Folding laundry is something that we humans can do relatively easily, but for a robot, it has been almost impossible a couple years ago. Evolution has basically endowed us with a lot of computational hardware that is particularly well suited for performing those specific operations.
This is what I'm talking about when I say blue collar. I mean, obviously it's not all blue collar, but just manual tasks. I saw a robot trying to crack an egg. I mean, it's hilarious. I'm not saying it'll never get there. Maybe it will, but it certainly doesn't seem as trivial to automate as typing up a document.
Walking, manipulating things with our fingers. That brain is not necessarily adept at performing math. With machines, we can optimize them for whatever we need them to be optimized. In the 2010s, we trained vision systems and made them more and more efficient to perform vision tasks. Maybe doing advanced math will be automated before dance instructors are automated. Will we all suddenly become dance instructors? I would bet probably no. We humans, we spend many years accumulating human capital for a specific career to become an economics professor. That means it's kind of hard to switch between those jobs. If we can perform lots and lots of things really cheaply, labor, which is relatively scarce, will earn large returns. That was the story of the past 200 years. We had more and more machines that became ever cheaper, and we humans, we were the bottleneck. Everything we produced ultimately required us either to press a button for the machines or to perform more higher level complex reasoning. We will find out that there are other factors in scarce supply, minerals or energy, that are going to become really important bottlenecks. For the past 200 years, we humans have been the scarce factor. We have been the bottleneck. Our wages have risen so much. But if in an AGI-powered future, energy is the bottleneck, then those scarce factors are going to gobble up a significant part of the returns to economic growth. This is what von Neumann called the singularity. It is possible for that to happen maybe later this decade or early next. And economists always thought that improving our technology is really the critical part to making us grow.
I fundamentally disagree with this. I don't think AGI... I don't think we're going to see AGI in our lifetime. I really don't. Like, I don't know. It's just, maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems so far off. Like, these machines can't even learn in real time yet. It still requires these massive training exercises and freaking tremendous amounts of power and everything else just to train these things with new knowledge. It's nothing like a person, you know. Like, I can walk up to you and I can tell you a fact, and you can instantly apply that fact to everything you've ever learned in your whole life. Machine intelligence is just nowhere near that. We're just making more complex LLMs. I don't think we're close. Yeah, exactly. I don't think we need AGI to replace a lot of white-collar jobs, but I'm certainly not afraid of AGI taking over the planet. Not in our lifetime. I don't think I'll ever see it. I'm just hoping robots don't take space exploration and humans will be needed to go out and mine minerals. Oh my gosh, that would suck if they get to do the fun stuff and we gotta go do the mining camp. Yeah, they can't be they're not. They're not. I think we're gonna hit a wall. I think we're gonna hit diminishing returns. just like in your favorite video game, and the rate of progress is going to slow down tremendously long before we get something like AGI.
If it turns out that AI can do all of these things, then technological progress is bound to happen much faster.
AI birds.
Our biological minds are no longer the bottleneck for improving science. We may see a whole bunch of breakthroughs that look like low-hanging fruits to the AI minds, superhuman level AI, that we will see a takeoff in technological progress. Now, would I view this as a singularity? As an economist, there's always some scarcity. We will see a takeoff, then at some level the machines may also run into problems that are hard for them. Maybe there's going to be several waves of that. What would that actually imply? Our human world does not really change as much. A very fast takeoff that changes the face of the earth would probably be a misaligned takeoff. Two separate islands growing at very different rates. I hope it won't be that bad if a lot of humans become impoverished because machines can do their jobs at a much cheaper rate. Human GDP may actually decline.
The danger is that it'll make the rich richer and the poor poorer. That's not AI's fault. That's how we organize society.
But that's everything in history, right? Like that's always, we always trend that way. We always trend towards the rich richer and the poor poor. It's just every once in a while something comes along that disrupts that. And I think that for the last 50, 60 years, the computer science profession has definitely disrupted that. And it's possible that we're seeing an end to that now, but I think that anytime you see liquidity and financial assets flowing down instead of up, I think that's an exception to the rule, not the rule. Wait patiently for the first C3P Grollo. Carp. Oh my god, dude. Now I gotta name one of my characters that. C3P Grollo. Oh, it would be ironic if CEOs replaced themselves. That would be friggin' priceless.
Society.
This race between automation and capital accumulation. If we automate very quickly and we displace what the humans can do, but we haven't actually accumulated the machines, the economy does not grow very much, but the labor already can become devalued and displaced. Now in the age of generative AI, we need the server farms to operate the language models. In earlier times, we needed the excavators to automate creating new buildings. If we don't have that capital, then the benefits from automation don't really materialize. If we develop the technology to build excavators, we actually just use 100 of them all around the world. You won't really see a macroeconomic productivity impact. You need millions of excavators working all around the world for human labor to benefit from producing the remaining tasks. This is maybe a bit utopian now, but if we manage to share the benefits of these machines, then we would actually be all better off.
Working will be optional. You'll have robots plus AI, and we'll have universal high income, not just universal basic.
There's no way, no shot, no shot that the wealthy just share the wealth.
Income, universal high income, meaning anyone can have any products or services that they want.
If we live in a utopian world where we manage to share the gains from technological progress, every human's consumption is going to go up, and then human GDP would also grow much more significantly. If AI automates things really quickly, wages will face a lot of downward pressure. We either have lots of workers with really low wages, in the worst case, those wages are too low for me to survive. If the
trust me, bro,
cut and sew shirts at a cost of $10, you would earn only $10 for the same shirt. 2 years later, you'll get only $5, $2.50. When it comes to writing an essay, it would take a human 2 hours. It takes a system like GPT-4 20 seconds, less than $1. For a human, more than $50 probably. Well, all right, from now on, I will write my essays and I'll earn only 50 cents. By the way, next year it will be 12 cents, and you get the idea. Right now, there are lots of tasks that machines could in principle perform, but they are just too expensive, and that's why they're done by humans. Let's take doctors. AI performs a lot of the tasks that human doctors perform.
That's a really good way of looking at it. I mean, I'm not an economist, so I don't really tend to think that way. But the reason that humans do some things is just because it's cheaper for a human to do it. And that what we're going through is just a period of machines becoming cheaper than humans at certain tasks, and so that's why it's going to transition. And it's interesting.
But some humans are still gonna say, well, but I want to see the human doctor. If the AI just becomes really significantly better, more and more humans are gonna say, well, but my life is on the line. I'll just go with the best system available. There's also gonna be cost pressures. Machine doctor is equally good, but costs just 1/10 of the human doctor.
The humanoid robots would be 10x better than the best surgeon on Earth. So we wouldn't even need surgeons doing operations. You wouldn't want a surgeon to do an operation.
The lump of labor fallacy. There is a fixed.
I mean, we all knew that was coming. I mean, just look at any sci-fi show, and there's med beds. There's no doctors in the future.
Amount of labor, and if we automate one chunk of it, the jobs in that chunk will be missing. And the reason why it's false is, of course, because our economies are
just jump in the med beds, Zinley.
When we automate something, if there is still something that only humans can do, then humans will switch into that. If AI comes,
Zinley, didn't you ever watch Fifth Element, bro? When they bring the dude back at the end, they just throw him in the bed. And it shoots him with all that stuff? Yeah, me too. I don't know, maybe about 800 times here.
Closer and closer to AGI, there may just be nothing to switch into. So there's the good and the bad if that were to really happen. The greatest bottleneck in our economy right now, which is the availability of labor, would suddenly be lifted and our economies could just grow significantly faster. The UBI could fix the problem, so to say. It would still be politically very difficult to implement. We would be speaking about very large-scale transfers. We have never done something as ambitious as a UBI, given our current political environment. I'm worried that we may not be able to pull it off, but of course the alternative is even worse.
I want to see that. Crap, where was that?
Of labor would suddenly be lifted and our economies could just grow significantly faster. The UBI could fix the problem, so to say. It would still be politically very difficult to implement. We would be speaking about very large-scale transfers. We have never done something as ambitious as a UBI, given our current political environment. I'm worried.
That said 62 people have like half the wealth? That's insane. Holy crap, look at that. 413B. It's a lot of American flags on that list. That's crazy. It's crazy that Larry Ellison is so high up there, man. Like, who would think that, like, the CEO of Oracle would be, such a financial powerhouse? I mean, I remember when Oracle was a very, huge name in the industry, like, back in the SQL database heydays, but nowadays, it's like, who's Oracle? Yeah. Also hard to believe Zuck is so far up there, man. I remember when he was still in college. Bezos makes sense. Larry Page makes sense. Crazy that Jensen Huang is not closer to the top. It's also crazy that Steve Ballmer is above Bill Gates. How the hell does that work? How does that work, man? Bill must have given a lot away. Wow, Michael Dell's on there. Dell was huge for a long time. I haven't thought about Dell in a long time. Let's see if I recognize any of these non-US people. I don't think I do. Carlos Slim. I recognize him. He's from Mexico, right? Doesn't he like... I think he runs all the telecom businesses in Mexico or something. He's got like a total monopoly, if I remember correctly. I don't know who that is from Canada either. Our food supply? Oh my gosh, right? Food supply is horrible. Are you in medical, Zinley? You would know firsthand.
Afraid that we may not be able to pull it off, but of course the alternative is even worse. When it comes to the meaning challenge, UBI would not address that in any way. Would it still give people meaning if were to work, but they know that a machine can do the same work much cheaper, much faster, and much better? So if I put myself in that situation and I know a machine can write much better economics papers, devise better lectures, can teach better than I, would I still want...
I mean... To be fair, in general, Claude, like I have been writing software for over 30 years, right? And in general, can't believe I'm going to say this, but in general, Claude writes better code than I do. What Claude sucks at is maintaining a large code base over time and stitching a bunch of disparate pieces of a system together in a sane manner. But if you're just talking about writing a function, Claude does that better than I do. It thinks about more edge cases than I do. Now, I will get there eventually, right? Like, I'll write a function, and then I'll write some tests, and I will discover something through testing, and I'll refactor the function, and I'll slowly iterate my way there, and I will eventually get a function that is pretty solid. But Claude gets there way faster than I do. Whenever you're just looking at a small piece of software. The problem is that as you continue to scale that up and how much Claude is responsible for, it will eventually start to fall down. It just can't keep all the context that a human can in mind. And so that's why it needs human direction. Also, it can't really originate or innovate, so there's that.
To do that, honestly, my gut reaction is no, I would not. There is a very high
It's not winning. It's just to this guy's point, right? Like, eventually, automation and machines will get better at doing a thing than a human will, and at that point, if it's cost effective, you switch to it. And that's really what I've done over the past 4 months. Like, I stopped writing single functions. I still do all the architecting and design and all that. Like, it's nowhere close to being able to take that off my shoulders. Nowhere remotely close. But can it write a function better than me? Yeah. In general, I think it can.
likelihood this is all coming at us. It is coming sooner than most people realize. So what is our best bet? Our best bet is that there will be a transition that takes some time, that gives us a little bit of a runway to devise solutions. I propose something that I call a seed UBI. Introduce
Strategic planning and process improvement for the VHA. Holy shit. Progress in the field, really? So that's a government agency, right? I'm surprised to hear that they're making progress. Okay, that's a joke. That's wild though, man. Damn. You're up there. You're in it.
a small UBI as soon as possible. It could be $10 a month just to have the system operating, because it will take significant time to set up the infrastructure. We have never done something like that at the national level, and it can be really small as long as we don't see major disruption. If significant parts of the economy get disrupted, the UBI should automatically ramp up. So to pay out a UBI, we would need our economy to grow. The growth takeoff would always come hand in hand with the labor displacement. We only need to compensate workers in scenarios where growth would also be significantly higher. That would make it affordable. If you lose your job, you get another equivalent one, which is likely in these AGI scenarios, because let's say if it automates all cognitive labor and you used to be a cognitive worker, then everybody at the same time is going to look for something. Then the unemployment insurance replaces a fraction of your income for a limited amount of time. That limited amount of time traditionally was meant to allow you to look for something new, to potentially reskill a little bit. That will be very useful. However, if one of these AGI scenarios materializes, that limited amount of time is going to be over at some point.
Government-funded retraining programs had a success rate of between 0 and 15%. People legitimately talk about retraining coal miners to be software engineers. It makes no sense. The reason why we're stretching for that is because we're looking for some kind of retraining-oriented solution when the numbers show that that's just not going to be the recipe.
A lot of the inequality that we currently experience in our world would suddenly have to dissipate. Let's say you are a highly paid software engineer. If you are in the right area, you can easily bring in $500,000 or $1 million a year these days. Once that's over, there is really no ethical reason to pay that software engineer significantly more than, let's say, a taxi driver who gets displaced from their job. We will have to accept that there's going to be a lot of nivelation. We will have to accept that we're all going to be equally useless. If we want those AIs to be aligned, part of that alignment is to take care of the basic material needs of humans, and we want those humans to live well. The markets in which these companies are operating are becoming more and more concentrated. What is market structure? Market structure basically looks at how many players there are in a given market and how much competition there is between the players. And I should say it's not only the market structure for the AI systems themselves, but also the market structure for compute, for chip production, and that's really where we see the biggest monopolies right now. Economies of scale means that as you produce more, your unit costs of production goes down. In the context of AI, we face these mass training costs, and then the more you operate the AI systems, the more inference you engage in, the more you can amortize that massive training costs over a larger number of output tokens. People are estimating that the cutting edge systems are soon going in the range of billions of dollars. Only very few players will be able to afford to participate. Those players therefore have some market power which allows them to charge more. Vertical integration is if you have a company that performs multiple steps of a production process in-house. Right now, the way the AI value chain looks is you have companies like ASML in the Netherlands that produces the machines to create chips. Then you have TSMC in Taiwan that actually produces the chips based on specifications from NVIDIA, which is really good at chip design. And then you have OpenAI or Anthropic that buy the chips. If you have integration, then you don't have multiple steps of the production process that each charge you their own profit margin. You have one player that decides what is the best profit margin overall to charge. The main downside is you'll have less competition in such a market market. Imagine Nvidia owned OpenAI. So you would have much less competition in such a market. And as a result of that, all the benefits from competition would be much lower.
I don't know of a lot of examples of companies that are very extremely vertically integrated, but Apple is definitely one of them.
We don't want monopolists because they will charge excessive prices and they tend to slow down innovation. From the perspective of companies, being a monopolist is wonderful because you can charge.
I don't know about Microsoft. I don't think Microsoft would be a vertically integrated company. Like, they're not. Like, contrast it with Apple, who's making their own chips. Like, Microsoft doesn't make its own chips. Like, Apple's making its own chips, its own hardware, its own operating system, right? Like, they got the whole thing soup to nuts, their own live service, yada, yada, yada. Like, Microsoft doesn't do the chips, they don't do the hardware, except maybe the Xbox. All major health insurance corporations are immensely vertically integrated. Cool. I didn't know that.
Incredible margins that you could otherwise never charge. The income statement of companies like Nvidia, more than half of every dollar in revenue.
Yeah, I mentioned Xbox just because it's one piece of hardware that Microsoft does do, and then they ship the operating system on top of it. That's why our medical costs are absurdly expensive. Christ, don't even get me started on that shit, man. Dude. And this, failure to renew the credits. Oh my gosh, dude. Health insurance, I don't want to talk about it. It's insane. For self-employed people, it sucks right now.
That they may go straight into profits. It seems that the competition is really quite fierce. All the top players are in a race to gobble up market share. The market is very competitive right now. One of the risks in the market for large language models, people become locked into a player, then that player would suddenly have much greater market power and would have the ability to raise prices significantly. In some ways, these systems have a tendency towards natural monopoly. They are so expensive, it is not actually desirable for us as a society to train 100 competing foundation models at a cost of $1 billion.
I was thinking about this.
Because that would be a needless duplication of effort. Given this kind of...
I was thinking about this, that AI does seem like a natural monopoly. Especially when you start thinking about the impact that just training one model has on the environment. Like, why would you want 10 different models? It doesn't seem like a very good use of our resources, you know what I mean?
Cost structure with very high fixed costs, it is actually socially desirable to have a relatively small number of players. Having said that, we usually still want some competition. It's probably most desirable to have small number of players, but more than one, that compete with each other without duplicating efforts too much. Where regulators and competition authorities, I think, should pay close attention is this issue of vertical integration. If you are vertically integrated, it becomes much harder for consumers to switch or for businesses to switch. That means they have more lock-in, they have more pricing power. We don't want a small number of tech companies to gobble up all the startups. Let's take the example of an AI.
That is crazy. You see that? I would have never guessed that Apple was leading the AI acquisition race. They seem to be the furthest behind to me.
To gobble up all the startups. Let's take the example of an AI assistant that can read your calendar, give you advice or write emails for you. If startups have the ability to integrate with your calendar and with your email in the same way as big corporations.
Yeah, but how long is that model good for, Julius? Like these big frontier models, I mean, they're constantly being trained.
Have with their proprietary system, then this danger of vertical integration and of its anti-competitive effects would be much mitigated. Throughout our history, whenever there are some very large corporations, they can bend the rules in their favor. In the case of AI, the risk of power concentration is much more significant than with any other technology, because our intelligence is what made humanity the most successful species on the planet. If we develop AI systems more intelligent than us humans, the power they embody will also be greater than the power of humanity. This is why AI alignment is such an important question. Once we come close to AGI, the best utopian answer to such a situation, that would probably be to have an AI that is created not by competing companies, but that is an all-in kind of moonshot effort that is advanced by either the leading nation state in this area, or ideally a group of nation states in a similar way to, for example, CERN, create AI systems that we all
Who was third?
leading nation state in this area.
I'm gonna give away my lack of world knowledge, but what's that flag on the bottom? Oh, that's the EU flag. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know EU had a flag.
Area, or ideally a group of nation states in a similar way to, for example, CERN, create AI systems that we all collectively invest in, such that we can experience a level of flourishing that is perhaps unimaginable looking at the current world.
I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance. We are in the most interesting time in history.
Bill, welcome back.
Interesting. Getting a economist take was cool. I don't know, man. I definitely don't think we're going to see AGI in my lifetime. I think we're going to hit a wall before we see anything like that. Diminishing returns are real. But, give me $1 billion and I'll be amazingly excited too about all the abundance. That's funny. Well, I gotta take a quick break, bio break. I will be right back. Then we'll get into something else. F it, pizza time. Oh, second. Okay, I'm back. Not really a focus, Zero. Is there a teaser video I missed? Or they release it on YouTube? Yeah, somebody pointed out. Somebody pointed out that they added something here for Squadron. I forget where it was, but it didn't exist before. Language like this makes it very, very confident. Predictions on the month? Not on YouTube. December 31st. Zinley's my biggest Star Citizen hater. What was this? Oh, this thing.
CATV newsflash. Footage has emerged of Drake's CEO Andon Arden stirring up controversy yet again.
United. Yeah, okay. It's real funny how those UEE shills suddenly had urgent business back in Saul. So yeah, Drake stepped in. Someone had to. For the people, remember?
This time he's taking aim at the UEE and Invictus Launch Week's abrupt retreat to Saul.
And hey, we're proud, real proud, to welcome all manufacturers. No hidden agenda, no glossy bait. Even if a certain heavily armored silhouette just happens to overshadow the ironclad, that's not the point.
According to the divisive CEO, DefenseCon 2956 will be going ahead bigger than ever, with a full roster of manufacturers previously scheduled to be at Invictus.
This is for the independents, the haulers, the homesteaders, the freelancers, the ones who don't get flyovers. So yeah, DefenseCon will show them how it's really done. And hey, the UEE is always welcome too.
Will DefenseCon truly deliver for the everyday heroes of the system on this unprecedented scale? Stay tuned. This is James Harriman signing off. This is James Harriman with a breaking
Where was the shadow over the ironclad? Where the hell was that? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That would make sense. When does this start? What's the Defense Con day? Starting day? Middle of May? Cool. At least they're not afraid to be an MMO still. Not many of them left. Are there any MMOs? New ones aside from PAX Day and Star Citizen? I think they've all died off now, right? May 14th. I gotta put that on my calendar. Well, not right now. Boom, added. Cool. Think we're gonna get the Odin there? Interesting, Sanctrid. You put some thought into this. So Chris first announced the project for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen October 10th at the GDC conference before posting on Kickstarter on the 18th of 2012. My locked-in date for Squadron 42 announcement date is 10/10. You think it's going to release on 10/10? The 14th and 15th is Drake. 15th, 17th is Origin. I hope we get. You think we're gonna get the Origin Generalist? I just had dinner delivered. So I'm going to go off camera for a minute. I don't like to eat in front of people, but I'm still here. No, not DoorDash today. I don't DoorDash that often. You think we're gonna get the Origin Generalist at this event? Hawaiian pizza, boneless wings, and cheesecake. Damn, bro. I think I just had wings yesterday. Hold on. No, I didn't. I had it the day before. What's today? Today's Saturday. Yeah, I had wings on Thursday. I like this place I order from. They have cauliflower wings as well. I got I get the regular wings and then I get cauliflower instead of boneless, but they're really banging, dude. Do we actually know the GTA 6 release days, Julius? I haven't heard of one. There's like 3 MMOs releasing for West by this time next year. Aeon 2. Arcade Chronicles. I don't have a lot of faith in Arcade Chronicles. I thought that was very pay to winny from what I've heard. Very easterny. Chrono Odyssey is another one I don't have faith in. I think it'll be a quick death like what was that other Eastern one we just got a year or 2 ago? I can't even remember now. Well, I'm talking about May 15th to 17th is Origin. Man, I would love a new Origin ship. I guess I'm just being too hopeful. What was that deal with some girl who pushed open the door and filmed some half-naked passed out guy on his couch? That was not me, Zero. But I'm very glad that tables have turned and she is looking at harsh penalty for that. More of an RPG action grinder, Arcade 2. Yeah, I heard something like that. Sounds about right. Origin later this year? Yeah. Is that really the Aurora MK2 is a general ship? Hammerhead with an Idris laser? God. Happy to hear about the I'm surprised they're making the small refueler a MISC ship, though. Like, MISC already has a refueling ship. I would have thought they would have made another brand, like maybe an Argo or something. GTA 6 is November 19th on PlayStation. I don't know. I think it's for sure they're not going to do a simultaneous release on PlayStation and PC. I thought that was still on the table. God, Project No, me too, man. I would love to see The Expanse. Or, not The Expanse. I'm waiting for The Odyssey. I want to see The Odyssey more than The Expanse. I think The Expanse is further. Oh, wait. What's The Expanse? Oh, yeah, you said Odyssey. But what is The Expanse? Is that the refiner? Yeah, okay. Firefly's coming back? I never watched the original. Is it worth watching? Well, I think if GTA 6 is releasing in November, then I think October is a perfect time for Squadron to launch. That's more than a month before GTA 6. People aren't going to be like, nah, I'm not going to buy this sweet new game because Grand Theft Auto is releasing next month. Even if they do have both systems, which not everybody does. I don't have the new PlayStation. I do want to play GTA 6, but I'm going to wait for the PC release. I'm interested in GTA 6 mostly from a technical standpoint. I want to see how far they've taken it. I wouldn't say the genre is super interesting to me. I'm more of a sci-fi or fantasy guy. Really the reason I struggled and couldn't get into what was that military game we all picked up for a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Some people are going to love that genre, and some people are going to prefer the sci-fi genre. But no doubt, GTA is going to get a huge market. I mean, you just want to run a nightclub? Of course you do. Just make sure you have a couch in that thing, Zinley. Assuming they still do private servers and stuff, we are definitely going to be running one in Unhinged. Open to everybody. PC Elites all the way, yeah. I'm not buying a PlayStation 5 for that game. No way. I still have PlayStation 4s, which I haven't even turned on in probably 3 years. I'm really anxious to see if they've made improvements to GTA World. I'm almost done with my dinner here. Thanks for being patient. Kind of fun to just chat and eat. Feel like I'm out to dinner with y'all. Really good too. Made cod and cauliflower rice with some kind of garlic parm. Something. We'll have AGI before PC GTA 6. Well, if that's true, maybe AGI can help us get it, bro. Finish SC for us? Yeah, right. Maybe AGI can write that write-up that Benoit was going to write for us. Still waiting on that. Arby's? I haven't been to Arby's in a long time. Used to be my favorite fast food joint. Back when I still ate fast food. We used to hold on. I used to frequent this mall, and there was a trading card shop in it. I ended up getting to know the owner pretty well. Him and his wife, and me and a couple of buddies used to go over there once or twice a week. And he had a back room in the card shop, and we used to sit back there and play Magic the Gathering. And it was at the one end of the mall, and there was a food court at the center of the mall, and they had an Arby's among a few other things. But every time we were there, I would walk down there and get the beef and cheddar, large curly fry, and I forget what I even got to drink. But man, that was for the days. I was young enough that it didn't matter what I ate. I could just sit there and play Magic and eat Arby's. It was freaking fantastic, dude. Can't do that shit anymore. Oh yeah, I play MTG. I still have my collection. I never got rid of it. I have I quit. When did I quit buying cards? Probably. I want to say. I think the expansion after the slivers was the last expansion I bought for probably a decade, and then suddenly I got a fire up my ass out of nowhere, and I bought some more cards, and then I quit again. And I haven't added anything to my collection in a long time now, but I still have my entire collection. Probably the most valuable thing in my collection is a lot of dual lands. I have a lot of dual lands because back whenever I was going to that card shop and playing there all the time, we were constantly building new decks, and basically any deck I built, I put at least 8 dual lands in it. And at the time, you could buy them for $20 a piece. And so, yeah. I used to joke that every new deck cost me $200. Because luckily I had a tech job at the time. I could afford to pay $200 every once in a while for a new deck, but that's what I did. And boy, did that pay off. Because if I ever did come on hard times, I needed to sell my Magic collection, that would be where all the money would come from, I think. Those things are worth a mint now. Gaia's Cradle? I don't know if I have that. What expansion is that from? Sliver's Worst Stronghold, yeah. I would still play if I had somebody to play, Sanctuary. I still have all my decks assembled, ready to go. Every once in a blue moon, I'm talking like every couple of years, we'll do kind of a reunion with a bunch of the people I used to play with, and we'll have them all over the house, and they all bring their old decks, and nobody has made any new decks in a long time. Oh, Cradle was from Urza Saga? Nice. Yeah, I'm going to be ready for Monday night, Zenley. What time's it dropping Monday night? We're going to be playing, here, I'll play the preview here, in case y'all haven't seen it. Man. Discord's hopping the night. Little plug. If you guys haven't joined the Discord yet, get in there, man. There's a lot of stuff going on. Here, I'll plug the website. I haven't done that in a long time. What? Here, let me find it. Can't even find the Grollo site. There we go. John Grollo. Check this out. I know this is a Star Citizen crowd, but some of you might play other games. I'm going to be playing this on stream with Zenley. Looking forward to this. It'll be nice just hacking and slashing.
Who touch the stone meet the same fate.
No! I need more time. I just need more time.
Time. Nothing in those scrolls will save you, Neyrel.
You and the Arby's, dude.
I want nothing from you.
I would wreck a beef and cheddar, bro.
You've seen what awaits. You are a part of me. But I can make better use of you.
I have seen what awaits. I will stop you!
I am untouchable.
Dude's untouchable? I say we put that to the test and let's see if he's touchable.
I could do this for an eternity, Nerel. I don't see that you have a choice, but I'd like you to say yes.
You're right. I am a part of you. I was trapped in your mind. You dream. And when you do, an ocean of twisted horrors floods your mind. I saw the sun blotted from the sky. And the darker it got, the brighter the rage of man burned. Hatred would reign. I was lost. But in that chaos, I found your greatest fear. And I will tell everyone.
Oh, child. What could I possibly fear?
And the weak were made strong. The pack of lambs would feast on their shepherd.
The prophecy? Oh, be careful, little one.
Then comes a spear of light, piercing hatred's heart. Raised to the ground by a murdered son.
Stop.
And a daughter.
Stop! I command you! You could have been so much more.
Rip.
What have you done? Let them come.
Let them rise up, feeding the flames of unrest. It will not matter. For I am
the light and the way.
Yeah, then I had to make a trailer. Thank gosh they're not putting their new social media team in charge of them. I heard that was a disaster. But that was good. That was great. What do you mean? Of course it's the top-down experience, Zero. It's Diablo. The new Mythic? What are you talking about with the new Mythic? Yeah, I'm excited that they basically changed the whole game. I haven't played since season... I mean, I don't even know the last season I played. I've played almost all of them, I guess. I just don't last very long if it's not a good season, but I usually get at least one character up to almost max. But this one sounds pretty promising. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I always play the druid. So it's cool that there's new classes and stuff. I'm going to play one of the new classes. That'll be different. Get 2 new classes, right? We get the Witch Doctor, or not the Witch Doctor. The Warlock and the Paladin? Is that what we get? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. That'd be cool. I'm always looking for things to do to hold me over for the end game. Any other happenings or news that we're missing? I feel like it's been a slow week. There was no SCL this week. It was a bummer. Getting lots of little updates about 4.72 and 4.8 though. I haven't actually been keeping up on 4.8 news. I don't know if there's anything new. That was kind of the idea of D4 shared overall, but it didn't really work out that well. You never played past the half of Act 1? Julius, what the hell, dude? It's definitely an enjoyable game to play through. Yeah, it's not a game that I'm going to be playing for a ton of time, but it is enjoyable to play. Yeah, Lost Ranger. Yeah, I get that. I mean, Season 1 wasn't that great. It was clearly an inferior product to D3 at the time, but they have definitely been chipping away at it. I don't know if it's succeeded D3 yet. We'll see. We log into it Monday. I look forward to it. The entire genre is a burst interest only for me. I would say that's true for me too. The one I have enjoyed the most is the independent one. What the hell is it called? I don't know if I installed it on my new PC. Thought I did. There you go. There's Farthest Frontier. Last Epoch. This is the one. I've really enjoyed Last Epoch. Played so much D1 through 3 PoE that I just can't do D4 anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. Here's another of my favorites. Farther Frontier is a good one. I also love this one. Oh, there's an update. Update that puppy. Dude, I have... How many hours do I have in Crusader Kings? Let me see. 782 hours. Is that a lot? I feel like that's a lot. I love Crusader Kings, man. I definitely don't have that many Farthest Frontier. What do I got? 190 in Farthest. Zenly has 685 in CK. Nice, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. I knew that was a lot. I love that game. Let's see what I got in packs. Probably not near that. Oh, yeah. Shit, I'm at 915 hours in packs today. Damn. I didn't expect it to beat my Crusader Kings time. Half your time's AFK, yeah. Game rocks for that kind of shit. Rip Ashes. I haven't even uninstalled this yet. I'm gonna do it right now. Uninstall. Rip Ashes. Pour one out. Star says I need an update. Updated this recently. But yeah. Good. Yeah. So Monday night we'll be streaming. Off night for me. But this will be fun. I got trees starting in 45 minutes. I get into 45 minutes. Go do a mission. Dude. This is really irritating me. So I reconfigured my audio yesterday, as I said, after attempting to update a program and going down a rabbit hole. And ever since then, it just randomly resets my volume levels, dude. It's so annoying. Look, it just did it again. It just reset all the volumes again. I don't know why that keeps happening. I gotta do some research. Sorry if I just blew your ears out. See how SC is running today. I'm optimizing shaders. Hey, my friends list's working again. Oh shit, look at that. This is the first this thing has worked in like the last 5 patches. Nice. Yeah, apparently they fixed it. I just stopped adding friends, man. I had like an empty friends list for a long time. I just got sick of it. But I log in today and here it is. Maybe a stealth 4.7.2 fix? Testing your OCR. How's that work on project? Okay, I'm just waiting on my optimizing shaders to finish here. I will not log into the game while that is ongoing. I've had nothing but problems. Very cool project. Feels good to get a project out there. This is your second one in a short amount of time, right, project? I can't wait to get mine out. Like, the closer you get, you start to get them butterflies. At least I do. I'm anticipating I'll probably have it in the hands of my real early testers. I'm going to say 3 to 5 weeks. My current estimate. Zenly will be one of them. And I got 2 others. Holy shit, I just got an update saying, speaking of the AI shit we were talking about earlier, Anthropic reached $1 trillion valuation, surpassing OpenAI. Could have called that. Knew that was going to happen. OpenAI is not keeping up. $1 trillion valuation on secondary markets, surpassing its primary rival, OpenAI. We still have an Ashes of Creation Refugees channel. Still hard to believe. Whoops. But an MMO that far along just vaporized. Okay. Shaders are at 81%. Any news on your progress? Yeah, 3 to 5 weeks, I'm hoping, for the early testers. Crazy how much work goes into a project that the average user has no idea. Yeah, dude, it's so time consuming. I can't even. Let's see how many hours I've got into this one. Just if I'm estimating about 10 hours a day is what I'm putting in. That's on the low side. I mean, I'm barely sleeping. I'm sleeping like 4 or 5 hours a night right now. Which isn't good. I gotta get in better habits there, but I'm freaking coding right up until I go to bed, and as soon as I wake up, I'm back at it. Well, I'm not coding. You know what I mean? So if I started in, I got 4.5 months in. Super back of the napkin math here. Super back of the napkin math puts me at about 1,400 hours so far. It's more than any of those games. Alright, shaders are done. Yeah, I play ultra wide velocity. You can't see the edges, but there's nothing important there except things like the shader compilation status. I don't know if it's a 32.9. It's the Samsung 55-inch ultra wide. It's like 7260 by, I don't know, 30 something. There you go. 7680 by 2160. That's the res. Any idea on pricing? I still gotta run the calculations project. I mean, I want to make it as reasonable as possible. But, you know, it costs money to run it. So I gotta make sure that the math's out, you know what I mean? I'm not, it's definitely not gonna be free. I'm not doing the Discord model where I try to make it up for in advertising revenue or anything like that. I want it to be a very, you know, user pays, user gets everything. That's all I want. Very simple. No user privacy invasions, no information harvesting. Like, I don't want to be in that business. It's gonna be very simple from that standpoint. Setting up my input device. It's 32.9, nice. Yeah, sorry, I should know these things. Man, I used to be an expert on all things like that, but the older I've gotten, the more I'm just like, I just don't. I just don't. I don't know how to better say it. It's whatever. I like big monitors, you know what I mean? I just wanted a big monitor. This is the biggest I could fit on my desk at the time. And VR and stuff like that is not for me.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Well, I want to get into. Take out my little generalist.
Please visit us again.
How many gear here? Ammo, nice, nice. No, the stacking? Yeah, okay, I'll try it. That thing looks like a red box DVD rental.
RN Ashcroft, contact the front desk. Urgent page for Dr. Chan. We need it immediately in surgery. Dr. Chan to surgery.
Alright, so what do you want me to do? You want me to split these up into a couple stacks and then try to combine all?
Okay.
Like that? What am I doing? Stack all? Where the hell is that? Where even is the stack all button? This one? Not doing anything. Yeah, doesn't do anything. Okay. Backpack. Still doesn't do anything. These menus still get stuck open too. It was bricking the inventory? Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't bother me too much. There's far worse problems than that. At least I can drag them. Boom, they're stacked. Yeah. Guess I can put them back. I don't need 30 med pens in my backpack. Can't wait till we get the our own elevator hangar on the top instead of the bottom. And my ship's not here.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle.
Yeah, I know, Zulius, or Zero. That's just how it goes, you know what I mean? Like, our priorities are not their priorities. It's not a live service game yet. Not in the typical sense. Like, this app I'm building right now, there's things that I wish I could have in it already, because it annoys me every time I go to test something out that other thing's not there, but it just hasn't risen to the top of my priority list yet. Yeah, exactly, Velocity. I mean, it's why I'm not playing Star Citizen every day of the week. Some people are. Some people have tolerance for that stuff, you know what I mean? We got a lot of people in our org that are playing every day. A lot of them all day, but it's not quite there for me yet. I mean, I love it, obviously, what my whole channel is built around, but I know it's going to get there. I think it's the only game that's going to get there, to where it's going. I don't think it'll have any competition, really. But that doesn't mean it's the all-day, everyday game yet for everybody. Just really depends on your tolerance for the software development life cycle. That's really what it comes down to. This is software development. This is how it works in every project. Why I don't even sweat it. Yeah, I guess I'll go to the elevator. The year of quality of life? Yeah, I think they delivered a lot of quality of life. I mean, if you rewind 12, 15 months, it was a totally less playable game 12 to 15 months ago. I don't think there's any denying that. Right? Go back 12, 15 months and compare that to what the gameplay is like now. Night and day difference. What they definitely did not promise us was that all the bugs would be gone. Or that all the features would be implemented. I just got on SC to get my clipper fixed. You ain't wrong, Carbide. I love this thing, dude. The amount of time is getting arduous. Yeah, I get it. Not everybody is going to have a stomach for it. I mean, like I said, I take big breaks for a reason.
Exit approved. Safe travels. Exit approved. Safe travels. Exit approved. Safe travels.
Huh. What the hell just happened? I just reached over to grab my stick and slide it into position. And I frickin' come back.
Port impact warning. Overhead impact warning.
Shit.
Deck impact
I
warning.
probably need a repair.
Landing complete.
Must have bumped my pedals or something. Shit, I did 1.7k in damage that fast. I just logged in. Let's try this again.
Launch complete.
That'll buff right out. Yeah.
Service complete. Connection terminating.
Where am I at?
Landing gear up.
The Nick's Gateway. What the hell am I doing here? I do love this ship, man.
Shield system offline. Quantum drive is now on.
Clipper is amazing. Freaking love this shit. I want to see more generalists like this. It's kind of what I imagine the Odyssey being. It's just a generalist, you know? Sounds like the front fell off. Gives a character. Yeah, the Origin Clipper would be amazing. Basically what I'm waiting for. I like Drake. Like Drake and Misk. Drake, Misk, and Origin. Those are my my favorite brands. For different reasons. I mean, Drake and Misk both feel like the working man ships to me, which I love, but I got a little bit of that classy side, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Watch Misk just be like the Clipper, huh? Hold my beer, dude. I hope so. I hope so. I would love something like that from Misk. I mean, again, that's what I kind of picture the Odyssey being, just a supersized version. Like, I'm picturing flying around in my Odyssey, mining all my own fuel from gas clouds and Quantanium rocks and processing it right there on the ship. Like, just never having to go back, you know? Just living. That's what I want the Odyssey to be. Yeah, it will be nuts. I think it's basically the size of the Carrack, right? I think the Carrack and the Odyssey are very similar size. I think the Odyssey might be just a hair bigger. Anybody done much with the Hull B? That's a good looking ship. I love the size of it. Definitely feels like it hits a spot that no other ship has quite hit. They're really good at that. I love that I'm, like when I'm flying that thing, I love that I feel like I'm flying around a pretty small ship, but then, boom, I can carry as much as a Caterpillar. "7 days a week, Jack. Damn. Pretty much my boat. Different reasons, but I hope you're enjoying it. These Saturday streams, like this is my R&R time. This is nice. I got you. Well, hopefully you're coming up on the couple weeks off. Not too far away. Patch notes for 4.8 Evo are up? They just go up? It was yesterday. Or a newer one? No. Okay. I'm pumped for the command module. That's for damn sure. New ship pairing mechanic, where a smaller, fully pilotable command ship takes control of a larger host ship, not fly on its own. For this 4.8 PTU, this applies to the Drake Caterpillar. Oh wow. So it is gonna, they are shipping this for the Caterpillar in 4.8. I was concerned they would be deferring the Caterpillar for a future patch. That's badass. Core flow is the parasite docks to the host, initiates a system migration procedure. brief transitional phase during which both ships are non-functional, after which the parasite's pilot gains full control of the paired unit through the host system. Process reverses cleanly in one undocking. That's gonna be sweet, dude. Just as the Hull B comes out, the Caterpillar gets more badass. Default docking has been moved to a new keybind to avoid collision with landing gear toggles. Right Alt N for ship-to-ship docking, undocking. Preferred over Alt N to keep ATC requests on tap. Alt N and for HOTOS usability. Okay. Their key binding stuff is a mess. The SMP is implemented as a new mode so it can apply ship-wide changes across UI, audio, and VFX. Okay. Alt SMP, all FDs on both the Parasite and the host play a dedicated transfer UI showing migration process. No thrusters or weapons are offerable on either ship. Kind of cool. This is like a risky operation. The command module cannot undock during this phase. Cockpit lights on the command module change color to indicate the transition state. Sounds badass, dude. After SMP completes, movement input controls both ships. Single unit. Power management MFD controls the host power allocation. I don't even know if I know where the command module is on the new Drake ship. Note, the host has no pilot-controlled weapon. The command module pilot cannot fire from the pilot seat while paired. Engineering terminals show host components only. All command module components are disabled and will not appear. The command module cannot undock from the host while docked to a station or a docking tube. The reverse, docking to a docked host, is permitted. Interesting. Cool. New missions to tactical strike groups. I'm looking forward to that. We're going to be doing that on stream as soon as we can. Very cool. Oh, okay, that's similar to the cat. Cool. Damn, you get 1 million credits for this shit? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to do much of anything. It's already 8:24, so... Carby was right. I just got on to get my fix for my ship. I gotta go lead an army. But I'm gonna stay streaming while I'm doing it. I want to start running some missions out here in Pyro, because I have never done any here. Do that. Another day.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Things have spiced up in PAX. The Alliance had a defector. I don't know if you guys heard, or if I said that already, but we got a lot more fights going on out in Lioness, so it'll be a little more action-packed than just tree chopping.
Shield system online.
Different variants for the command modules, that'd be cool. Oh, that's right, this is my home.
Landing gear down. Deck impact warning. Landing complete. Your systems are offline.
Oh, did they put new service stations in Nixon 472? That's right, I heard about that. I'll definitely check those out next time. What do you do at them, though? Like, what's the, oh my... What's the point? Or what's the reason of visiting the new service stations? Gotcha. I'm getting ready to go fight and lead an army in PAX, Griff. Just came in to check out my clipper and move it station, basically. Get myself set up for the next time. We talked a lot about AI and watched a video from an economist on the matter and some other shit like that. I also mentioned I'm going to be streaming Diablo 4 on Monday. On PAX Day, we had a defector from the Alliance, so we got a lot more action out in Lioness now. I would expect a lot of fights tonight. Well, I'm not going to stop streaming, Zolis, but you're welcome to dip out if you don't want to watch packs. I totally understand. Yeah, it sounds like D4 is going to be a whole new game. Alright. Communicating with our people. Ready to go here. Didn't die off quite as hard as Last Epoch. I loved Last Epoch, and I still love Last Epoch. Sork? Yeah, I never played Sork. I always played Druid. Every season I played Druid. Amazing or trash? Yeah. I love Last Epoch. Really, Last Epoch's my favorite right now of that genre. PoE's okay, Diablo's cool, but like, I don't know, there's something about Last Epoch. I love the skill tree system. My favorite. I'm gonna go refresh my water and get a drink and get buckled in for what we're about to go through here. I'll be right back, all. Alright, I'm back. I in the Discord real quick here. Invites. Hey, can you hear me? Look at that. Yeah, more than one stream this week, Project. We'll be streaming Diablo on Monday. Probably Monday night and Tuesday we'll be streaming Diablo. And then we have SCL on Thursday. I'll be doing that live. And hopefully I actually get a video out too.
Alright, how do you copy now, Rulo? Depends on who you ask. That's wrong comms. Grollo, are you ready for apps?
Microphone muted.
Sorry, I still getting set up here.
Grollo, what are our numbers looking like tonight so far?
Microphone activated.
Looks like Solitude 6, Valor 4. What's UH looking like? No, they said they apped to you. They're chatting in the Ops Intel chat. They said they have 4 and they've apped to Unhinged. Stinks here. Stinks here in voice.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Yes, that's correct. Damn, bringing the heat tonight. Copy that. Do we want to try and split into 2 groups and see if we can get a feel who's out tonight?
Hey, Grello, Valor's at 6.
That's perfect. Copy that. Stink, you want to start, I feel like maybe we just start Palamedes, Saguarides.
Microphone muted.
That's good. We can head to Pala.
Sorry, come again. Where'd you say you were going to hit?
Palamedes.
Oh, Pala, copy that. Yeah, you guys want to meet at Sarah's?
Sure.
Oh shit, I got a big group of the pit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 the pit. Over here at the Gwydion Stone.
5 pit at Brazilian Gate. Okay.
Yep, looks like they're heading to Morgause. Yep, here comes more. Yep, 2 more.
7 pit.
Sorry for the audio issues. Like I said, it has been a mess ever since yesterday. Yeah, my audio is a complete trash fire at the moment. Upgrading my audio software was the worst decision I've ever made. What was the intel on the pit? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know the game sound is busted. I'm extremely frustrated in my decision to upgrade my Windows audio software yesterday. Nothing is working properly now. So, after probably tomorrow, I'll be working on my sound all day again. I literally cannot broadcast my game audio without sending all my Discord audio to the stream now, which I do not want to do. So, that's just the world I'm living in now. I had everything working perfectly. I don't know what possessed me to upgrade. I should know better than to ever do anything on Windows, but that's where I'm at. I hate this operating system. With all my being. No, I don't have a laptop. I mean, I got laptops, but everything is so complicated. Like I got all these stream decks with macros on them because I'm coordinating across Discord, TeamSpeak, and my channel at the moment. And I need to be able to easily toggle each one of them on and off, so I can't add a laptop into the mix. You know what I mean? Fussing with sound is pretty much why you quit streaming, dude. I don't blame you at all. This is infuriating. Thank you, Griff. Really appreciate the gifts, bro. Wonder if Claude could build me a solution. I don't know, but I'll probably be invoking Claude to help me fix whatever the hell's going on with my audio routing right now. I either got to figure out how to downgrade back to the old version of the software or fix this current mess, but I don't think it's fixable. But it's so frustrating because not only is all the audio routing mixed up in it, but all my mic configuration, which you wouldn't believe how complicated it is to get your mic configuration right. To the point where people will not scream in YouTube comments about how crappy your mic is. So, anytime I change any of it, like I gotta redo all that. It's just it is painful. I am not using Voice Meter Banana. I'm doing everything with Wavelink. And everything was working beautifully on the old version. And they released a new version. And it looked nice. But it is not nice. It is the biggest piece of shit I've ever installed on a computer. So I gotta see if I can downgrade to the old version. Dude, taken seriously. And I had been holding off on it for a while because I kind of knew. But I had a day to spare. I'm like, okay, I'm going to tackle this today. And I thought I had everything going until I started streaming today. I should have done like a test stream. And then it revealed just how busted it was. I wish I could give you some music. I can't even play music. For some reason, all my music, my Discord, and everything is coming over one channel. And I have them all split out. But it's just merging my channels for some reason. The D4 streams are going to be whenever. So I think Monday it's going to be in the evening. We'll be doing it as soon as it releases. As soon as it drops, we're going to be firing it up. Monday will be in the evening, and then Tuesday it'll probably be all day. Sorry, I just realized my camera's been off. I don't know how long. I want 6 people. Sorry, I got that was intentional 0. We got battle comms. We have one of our groups in a fight at the moment. Not my group. Sounds like it was a great fight, guys. All right, we're 1-0 so far tonight. Tell me about it, Griff. I accidentally earned my golden 600. That makes me something, right? I forget. That's is that Legatus? I honestly didn't even know I was that close. And I bought one of those new little ground buggies. I bought, I think 2 of them as LTI tokens. Well, one I want to keep and one is an LTI token. Then I got the email. Hey, congrats on your 600. Can I get one volunteer to go scout Sagamore? Would the Trump? Would the stump? I did. No, I said chunk, I think. Alright, we're on our way to Mead. Or Ector, depending on where the other group's at when we get there. Alright, if you guys are going to Mead, we're going to go Ector. And then depending on what Jinxie finds on Sagamore, we might just continue through there. Boots free. I don't think you got to worry about trouble on a meet. I think the enemy's regearing. They had, I think, 2 survivors. Hit. We don't have intel on any other clans yet. Hope so. Does it? Okay. Alright, thank you. Vector might be gone then too. But yeah, we can meet up with you there. We're headed there too. That's funny, Griff. Someday I'll probably get a second account just to experience the rags to riches. Conan Exiles and Dune. I have quite a few people playing Conan right now. Although it's the numbers have been dwindling. There for a while, we had a lot of people playing. I did not get back into it myself, but Conan Exiles was such a good game. UE5? Really? Wow. That's cool. Democos, once we're secure, we'll call it to teleport. But yeah, we yeah. Be right back, guys. I gotta get a bio break in before this next round of trees. Back. Alright, you can all see my spreadsheet where I record our spoils. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Two minutes. Any good updates for PAX? No, nothing, Griff. I wish I could say differently, but all the fun in this game is player made. I mean, we're getting the Homestead update. I have no idea when. Yeah. That's going to add things like restedness and like supposedly if you build your house well, like you get different buffs and stuff. It's also adding that permission system, which is much needed. We did just get dueling recently, so you can do 1v1 duels. You can't do party duels yet. No, E-turn, all of them. Yeah. Can't wait for alliances. I wish we'd be getting wagons or something like that, but no. Sad loner living in the woods. Yeah, that's fun. RTS hybrid, that'd be sweet. Good evening, Wolf. It's going alright. Alright, that's the 5-minute mark. Let's head out. Boots free on cooldown. How you doing, Wolf? Appreciate you coming out, man. Hope Pax can find a stable future to build on. Me too. I can't think of any other sandbox I can't think of any other free build sandbox MMO. I know there's a couple more niche indie ones, but I hope it finds a way. I go back and I look at history, and like it's definitely not outside the realm of possibility. The problem is players are just not nearly as patient or understanding as they seem to be in the past. You look at like EVE Online back in 2003. It took them 2 years to amass a significant population of players. They hit like 5,000 ish early on, and then they kind of declined a bit. And then it was a slow climb from like 3,000 ish to 10,000 over the course of 2 years. I don't know. Players just don't seem to have the tenacity like they used to. I expect a lot more of a game right out the gate. Worm Online? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've never played that one. Just got back from an air show. Nice, dude. I have not been to one of those since I was a kid. Other ones run and hide from it. That sounds like most games of this genre. Like, what do people... There's a lot of PAX people that play Mortal Online 2. I think I played that game like one time and I was like, nah. Let's cross here. What genre is Worm? Is it like this? High fantasy? Although I wouldn't call this one high fantasy. That's awesome, Wolf. You think? I hope not. I don't want the other guys to get all the fun. Let's kill this stuff. Alright, let's form a perimeter. Jesus, Catalyst. That just breaking on the news? I'll have to catch that after this. Blackfly, it's good to see you, man. Really appreciate you popping in. What are you playing these days, Blackfly? You play the did you play the new Dune update? Correspondent dinner? I gotta look this up. I'll just use my phone. I can't really take my camera off here. Holy shit. What a world. I've heard good things of Crimson Desert. All my friends want me to play it. Appreciate that, Blackfly. I've been a little more intermittent recently just because I'm putting so much time into my my software project, but I am just as committed to continuing this. Definitely trying to carve out more time for it, but struggling a lot. CR keeps getting better. The more time you invest, the better it gets. What do you mean? Oh, Crimson? Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. Yeah, everybody's safe. I'll watch some coverage after trees. That's my kind of game, Griff. A game where I'm just a guy and I can just go figure out what I want to do. You know, I don't want any story. I just want to go play in a sandbox. Drop wood to stump and then back away. Still missing some. Check your pockets. Okay. That would be what I'm missing. Head west. Demicus, Fan, you guys alright down there? You can head straight west and meet up with us at the crossroads over there if you want. Whatever's easier. Still chopping. Yeah, there's been some contesting, mostly from really appreciate you hanging out tonight, Zulius. Thanks for staying up so late, dude. We swim. Oh, I forgot I was muted. Been intense out here tonight. Copy that. We got 5 minutes till the timer pops. And we can take 10 minutes, kick. Thanks, got it. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, as soon as you get nice. Nice. As soon as you're safe, feel free to take a 10-minute bio. Back at 35 after. All right, get a little break in the action. More intense than it looks. It's fun. I think if Slayers continue to support this like they have been, I think in 18 to 24 months, it could be significantly better. Once we get the permission system in play, alliances, they still need to do something with trade, man. We need some kind of cargo system, wagons or horses or something to move a lot of goods around, because until then, there's just not going to be an economy. Not a thriving one. We need buy orders. Honestly, buy orders would be even better than. Well, I think you need both. You need buy orders and you need transportation. What else? A more compelling reason to be in the PvP zone is desperately needed. Buffs or something associated with shrines that you own. I think if they did like those three things, dude. And of course, we got some big features looming too, like market towns, religion gameplay. I think that would all go a long way to making this more interesting as well. I still have high hopes for the game. I really do. I know a lot of people have written it off already, but I still think they can make something good of this. Yeah, I do. Oh, really? Like, let's see it. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I was just watching that evacuation video. There we go. All right.
us, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is it's very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement. The law enforcement, and working with the DC police, and we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement, but in light of this evening's events, I asked that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the
I put this on my second monitor so I can do what I need to do in the game while we watch this.
Likewise, beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges around the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Go.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casing. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on the scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief.
Is one of our
Madam Chairman.
Solitude.
Oh, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule it. Okay. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question. But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, the First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise."
And we're moving.
And
why are we kicking Ray?
we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know,
oh my
I
gosh.
studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, and they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that. I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Pete.
your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving, and the reaction time was good. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. Literally, by the time they were shooting, I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin. Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow. We're going over Todd, and they're at his apartment. He lives in California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Kevin.
Did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege something?
Nothing, no. I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was obviously, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that with a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now, but tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection of Doin? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me.
I mean,
complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do.
It's bullshit that this is happening.
Because it's
no matter what you think.
And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's you as well as some of us who have covered Butler.
I don't know why you'd get questions like that within 30 seconds of this going down.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him. before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breached the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just look, it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be.
Are you concerned about political
that
violence?
Can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers. I think it's very dangerous. So, if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down.
Did you say contact or com check?
So much less than 1%. 10% of 1%.
Sorry.
I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I see to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road.
I think we're
they would have used it. They would have used it 100%.
We're over the incident at this point. Back to the game. Crazy times, indeed. A lot of lunatics out there, for sure. Take it easy, Griff.
Microphone activated.
Knock it down. Yeah, I'm sure. A couple days we'll know a lot more. Keep this stream going just a little bit longer, just in case we get some action here at the large tree. And we'll call it a night. Didn't get as much action as I was hoping to. Back scratch. Okay. Tired. And kill for a big fight. Okay. Probably a Discord issue. Yeah, doing the same for me. Doing the same for me. Yeah, good point. I forgot smalls were up. Yeah, we'll hit Vivian. Heard Demicus. Heard Jinx. Copy that. Wood to stump. Alright, we're all heading to Vivian. We are so scattered on the map right now. Tomorrow's not gonna be fun. I'm gonna be dicking my audio all day. I'm just gonna try downgrading to the old software. We're home. Moving west. Oh, northwest. Sarah's, Vivian. Yeah, Vivian's down. We're gonna move this big pile of wood to Sarah's. If anybody... What's that? No, was just gonna say if we want, if anybody wants to scout Elaine or Tristan, helpful. Hmm? Yeah, if you want to scout, I would love eyes on Elaine, and I think we already got somebody going Tristan. Okay. What are you doing, Pokey? Okay. Thank you. Doesn't hurt. Really? Damn. Good having you. Really? They're headed east towards. They're heading east towards Carrick. They're about halfway in between Isold and Carrick right now. It's only 4 or 5. We got 3. Night, guys. They got one of them down there. They got Farking. Good night. Good night. Alright, I'm gonna call it quits here. Don't forget, Monday night, Diablo 4. Me and Zinley are gonna be streaming it together. It's gonna be a lot of fun. That'll be a much more laid back, chill stream. Sorry, can I give you what? I'm looking. They are in that swampy... Okay. Yeah, Project, thanks for... Oh, man, thanks for sticking around so late, dude. It's almost midnight here. But yeah. Monday night and Tuesday all day. I'll be streaming Diablo 4 for something different. It'll be fun. I hear it's a whole new game, so... while we're streaming it, we can talk tech... Whatever. And then we got the SCL Live this week, too, so I'll be doing a lot of live streaming this week. SCL on Thursday. And hopefully I got time to put out a normal video in between all that. After taking a week off. Yeah. So, Zinley, are you leading them somewhere? Okay. No, Solitude. I think everybody's dead. Yeah, everybody's dead. All reds are dead. And they got wood. Sorry, I was communicating. Anyway, yeah. Appreciate everybody hanging out. As always, we'll do, I'll see you Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and again on Saturday. And hopefully, by Monday, well, not hopefully, it will be. My audio will be fixed. I'll be spending tomorrow getting that all straightened out, so. Appreciate your patience for that tonight. I know it's super annoying whenever that technical stuff's not working. Trust me, it's super annoying for me, too. It's so frustrating. The most frustrating thing about content creation, streaming, anything like that, is the audio, but we'll get through it. I'll get it figured out. Anyway, take care. Have a good night. Hope to see you Monday. Till then, Grollo out.